Well, good morning. We're going to get started this morning with an invocation from Pastor Stephen Mulder of OKC Reformed Presbyterian Fellowship Church, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Cora Robinson, representing Girl Scouts Troop 538. Please stand.
Let's pray. Our Father and our God, we come before you this morning, thankful, Lord, for this beautiful day that you have given us. Thankful, Lord, for this opportunity to gather. And Lord, we pray that you would be blessing this meeting of the City Council with your grace and wisdom. Lord, we're thankful for these 4 new members who are going to be sworn in this morning. We pray, O Lord, that your blessing would go with them, that, Lord, you would be guiding them and leading them by your Spirit to rule rightly, Lord. We're thankful, Lord, for the mayor and the city council members who have been laboring. We're thankful, Lord, for their service over the city. And Lord, we pray that you would be guiding them in your word and spirit. Father, we pray to you because you are the one who sets rulers in their place. And Lord, your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, reigns as King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Father, we pray as City Council deliberates regarding the budget that you would grant wisdom in using the resources of this city well. Lord, we also come before you thanking you this morning for this city, for the blessing it is to live here and for the peace and prosperity that we have. We pray, O Lord, that we would never take this for granted, but that we would always recognize that this comes from your fatherly hand. Father, bless this meeting, we pray, in Jesus' name, amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Pastor, and thank you, Cora. All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order. It's always a celebratory day when we have oaths of office, and for various reasons, we actually haven't had it quite like this in 4 years, I think. So it's fun to have everybody back together and to have the traditional City Hall pigs in a blanket as well. I hope you partook. And so we'll begin. We're going to do the oaths in order of ward. And then as each person takes their oath, and then, of course, feel free to cheer and applaud. This is a celebratory event. And as soon as they complete their oath, then they'll come up here and take their seat. We'll do that one after the other, 2, 5, 6, and 8. And then once everybody is seated, then we'll maybe have some remarks as they wish from the newly sworn-in council members. So we'll begin in order with the oath of office for James Cooper from Ward 2, please.
Y'all don't know how cool that timing was. This is one of my favorite Ward 2 residents. Mary just showed up to hug my mom. It's just so fun. Okay. How do we do this? Just stand right here?
Yeah. I mean,
all right. And then, Mom, you take it from here, and I think I put my hand here. Do this. All right.
I think we can.
Good morning, Mayor
Yeah.
Holt.
Good morning.
Council members. It is a privilege to be here on this very special occasion for my son before we get started. And it is a privilege, and I thank each and every one of you for allowing me to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I, James F. Cooper,
I, James F. Cooper,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
I will support the Constitution,
I will support the Constitution,
the laws of the United States of America,
the laws of the United States of America,
the Constitution and the laws of the state of Oklahoma.
the Constitution and the laws of the state of Oklahoma.
I will faithfully discharge
I will faithfully discharge
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
the duties of my office or employment
the duties of my office or employment
during such time as I am
during such time as I am
council member of Ward 2,
council member of Ward 2,
City of Oklahoma,
City of Oklahoma City,
trustee of the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust,
trustee of the Oklahoma City Environmental Trust,
Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority,
Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority,
and the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority.
and the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority.
Thank you.
Is that it? Do we do it?
All right, next up is a new council member, Matt Hinkle, representing Ward 5.
I, Matt Hinkle,
I, Matt Hinkle,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and that I will not knowingly
and that I will not knowingly
receive directly or indirectly
receive directly or indirectly
any money or other valuable thing
any money or other valuable thing
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty
of any act or duty
pertaining to my office
pertaining to my office
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear
I further swear
that I will faithfully discharge
that I will faithfully discharge
my duties as a council member of Ward 5
my duties as a council member of Ward 5
of the City of Oklahoma City
of the City of Oklahoma City
and as trustee
and as trustee
of the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority
of the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority.
and the Oklahoma City Property Authority, Public Property Authority,
And the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
And now, representing Ward 6, Jo Beth Hammond.
Good morning. I, Jo Beth Hammond,
I, Jo Beth Hammond,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and that I will not knowingly receive,
and that I will not knowingly receive,
directly or indirectly,
directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable thing
any money or other valuable thing
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further affirm
I further affirm
that I will faithfully discharge
that I will faithfully discharge
my duties as council member of Ward 6
my duties as council member of Ward 6
of the City of Oklahoma City
of the City of Oklahoma City
and as trustee of the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority
and as trustee of the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority
and the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority
the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
You're sworn in.
Thank you.
And finally, representing Ward 8, Mark Stonecipher.
Morning.
Good morning.
I, and state your name, I, Mark K. Stonecipher,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and that I will not knowingly receive,
and that I will not knowingly receive,
directly or indirectly,
directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable things
any money or other valuable thing
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty
of any act or duty
pertaining to my office,
pertaining to my office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear
I further swear
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
as council member of Ward 8 of the City of Oklahoma City
as council member of Ward 8 of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma,
and the trustee of the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority
and as trustee of the Oklahoma Municipal Facilities Authority
and the Oklahoma City Public Properties Authority
and the Oklahoma City Public Properties Authority
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, collectively, the four of you represent some 350,000 residents, and all of us are grateful for your willingness to serve. We would love to open up the floor for some comments. All of you have supporters and friends here, and may wish to, at the very least, greet them. And we could take it in order, I suppose, starting on my right, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, thank you. I'll save, in fact, the thank yous for the end. And there are several I'd like to do, and in fact, just made some notes on them. But let me begin by saying that as a former middle school teacher who participated in our state's historic 2018 teacher walkout, I made sure to prioritize in my first term our children and our neighborhoods. And I did so guided by someone who means a whole lot to me who's no longer here. In 1978, a madman took the life of San Francisco Mayor Moscone and the Board of Supervisors member whose name is Harvey Milk. He was the equivalent of a city council member. And barely a couple years into office, someone broke into the city hall and shot Mayor Moscone and shot Harvey. Harvey is one of our country's very first elected openly lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender people to ever serve in office. He was one of the first at a time when it was literally illegal in every state but Illinois to be openly lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. Illegal. In Oklahoma, punishable by 10 years in prison. That would not change until 2003 when I was 21 years old. I was 2 years out of the closet. But let me tell you why Harvey means so much to me. It's this quote. Let's make no mistake about this. The American dream starts with the neighborhoods. If we wish to rebuild our cities, we must first rebuild our neighborhoods. And to do that, we must understand that the quality of life is more important than the standard of living. To sit on the front steps, whether it's a veranda in a small town or a concrete stoop in a big city, and to talk to our neighbors is infinitely more important than to huddle on the living room lounger and watch a make-believe world and not quite living color. I am here to continue this legacy and this work. And it is not just the legacy of Harvey Milk, it is the legacy of my predecessor, the late, great Sam Bowman, who was the first council member, the very first council member since World War II to make sure we, as a city government, invested in walkability, in pedestrians being able to get from their front door to their basic needs. Sam made sure the first $7 million for sidewalks found their way into our neighborhoods. And working with Councilwoman Hammond and with our planning staff, I was able to make sure that we built on that legacy in my first term with $96 million worth of investments in sidewalks, bike lanes, trails, and streetlights. And that will be the investments that define the next 9 years of this city's future. This city's future right now means we are, as you've read in the papers, the 20th largest city in these United States of America. We're the 20th largest city in America. We're the 6th fastest growing in America. And my friends, it's time we act like it. It's time we act like it. It's time that we honor the history of our neighborhoods. My neighborhood, Paseo, is about to celebrate its 100-year anniversary, and I am thrilled. It is the first commercial district built outside of downtown. And when it was built outside of downtown, it was something called a streetcar suburb. Not my language, it was a streetcar suburb. The idea was G.A. Nichols believed that when you walked out your front door, wait for it, you're gonna hear echoes of Sam Bowman and Harvey Milk here, a person should be able to walk from their front door to their basic needs. There should be crosswalks and streetlights guiding them to the barber shop, the places of worship, the schools, the parks with recreation. And that's what I got to make sure Maps 4 does and will do. And that is our city's Renaissance story. And it's coming soon to a city near you. So I am thrilled about that. I am thrilled because later this year, work will begin for a revitalization project in Paseo, in Uptown, along Walker from 23rd to 36th. We will make it more pedestrian friendly, more bike friendly. We will take care of people on sidewalks who might be moving around in a wheelchair. We must stop thinking about moving cars as quickly as we can around our city. We must start thinking about people who have different means of transportation, like a wheelchair. Not just people who are differently bodied, but our seniors who deserve to age in place with dignity. And that was what was guiding me when I did my entire first term. So, the other thing that's really heavily on my mind right now, I just want to walk you through this. From 1974 until the year of the bombing, this city did not pass a general obligation bond. We are 20 years behind investing in our street resurfacing, our drainage needs, our sidewalk needs, our park needs, and that's because from 1974 until 1995, voters didn't approve a bond, and too many of us gave way to a belief in less government and not honoring the words on both sides of the building that say, this building is dedicated to the people of Oklahoma City for the perpetuation of good government. Good government. Every 10 years on the 7s, we now pass a bond. I need your help, Ward 2. What are your needs in the next bond? How can we continue to honor the legacy of Sam Bowman? How can we continue to make our neighborhoods more walkable, more bikeable? How can we make sure that trees line our streets? How can we make sure that as the bus rapid transit comes online later this year, people can better connect to it from their front doors? And that is the work I will be doing over the next 4 years. On a final note, I am deeply worried. I have friends right now who are moving from this state. They're moving from this state that even with the imaginative work of Mayor Norick when he set in motion MAPS and the revitalization renaissance story we are experiencing right now, we have children who are afraid to live in this state because our state government is attacking them rather than investing in them. We have children who are afraid for their very lives right now. I have friends who are drag performers, artists who are afraid to live in Oklahoma. We cannot go back to the time when it was illegal to be who you are. And so help me God, as long as I am in this seat as our first teacher on council, our first openly LGBT council member, I will always have everyone's back, including the least of these. I took the oath today on our Declaration and Constitution. I took the oath today on our city charter. I took the oath today on the oldest book, the oldest story, Gilgamesh. This is the oldest story human beings ever told. It is 4,000 years old. It is from present-day Iraq. It precedes the Hebrew Bible. It precedes the New Testament. It precedes the Iliad and the Odyssey. And we must always protect all our stories, not ban them. And that is what a civilized city does. It honors the arts, it honors the humanities, and it makes sure that people are connected to their government and their basic needs. And it is an honor to be in this seat once more to do this work alongside you. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My thank yous. Mom, I love you. Thank you so much. Mary, Commissioner Bloomer, Chat Pile, my lovely friend, my best friend Charity, my neighbor Liz, who helps me take care of an arthritic cat now. And thank you to City Council. I look forward to working alongside you as well over the next 4 years.
Not sure I can beat that. Oklahoma City's a great place to live, work, and play, and I'm very honored to be a part of that up here. Being the Ward 5 Planning Commissioner for the last 6 years has opened my eyes to what a great city we have, and I'm especially fond of Ward 5 and all my wonderful Ward 5 supporters and everybody else from the development community and the people who build our roads and the churches, and I mean, I just can't thank you guys enough. And especially my family, my Tyler Media family, my wife and family, and all my friends. Thanks for letting me in.
Councilwoman Hammond?
I think you'll soon learn none of us can follow Councilman Cooper. Well, yeah, first I just want to start off by saying, as I was thinking about today and thinking about what I might comment on, I'm always a bit of a nostalgic person, so thinking back to 4 years and getting sworn in and all that has transpired in those 4 years, I think we can all recognize that it's been a kind of tough go. But one of those lessons I think that I hope that we have learned is that the health and well-being of ourselves and our personal well-being is inextricably tied to that of our neighbors. And that's our neighbors who, across all, creeds, religions, socioeconomic class, ethnicity, race, if we aren't setting up society and setting up a city that strives to put the health and well-being of everyone first, none of us is going to be healthy, and we're not going to have a healthy, prosperous city. I know it's not typically well liked in this space to recognize politics, but I think we all can recognize this was a really tough campaign. It was kind of nasty, and I think a lot of people seem to willfully want to misunderstand what I've been trying to do, the message that I've been trying to bring to this space, and that is one where we recognize that the people that our city and our structures marginalize, it does hurt all of us. It does hurt all of our neighborhoods, regardless of what corner of the city you're in, because if, I had a boss once that said that she got into social work actually for very selfish reasons, that having people not have a place to go when they were seriously mentally ill made her life kind of not as good. She wanted to figure out a way to make her life better, and that meant taking care of her neighbors and taking care of people that were vulnerable. And that's all my mindset and my philosophy in this space is about how do we create those structures and those systems to make sure that, when I go outside, I don't have to see someone experiencing homelessness, because we do have really robust, affordable housing and systems that help people when they do fall into tough times. That maybe one day if I have to call for help for someone who has a is in a mental health crisis, that I'm not rolling the dice as to whether they get treatment or a jail cell. You know, that the days that I need public transit, it's there, it's robust, it gets me where I need to go, but knowing that the days I don't use it, there are lots of people who will use it to get to work, to get to family members, to get to those basic needs Councilman Cooper mentioned. So I really want to thank the people of Ward 6 for reelecting me into this seat, because I hope that I can honor that work that we've done the last 4 years and continue it. And I want to thank my parents for getting to be here, my friends that have been able to come, and just hope that, yeah, over the next 4 years, we'll continue making a city that really truly does work for all of us. Thank you.
Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like my wife, my mother, and my son Matthew to stand and give them a big round of applause. They put up. They literally put up with me 8 days a week. Second, I want to congratulate James Cooper, Jo Beth Hammond, and Matt Hinkle on your victories. Congratulations. Third, this weekend while I was cozying up to the 2024 budget report, Debbie and Martin and I exchanged some emails, and if you don't know this, Debbie works 7 days a week, always. And she sent me an email that kind of made me think for a second, and I'd like to read to you a couple of things she said that I think are quite important for this day. As we begin this new chapter in our history, she says, we should look forward to the opportunities we have to build a strong, sustainable, and vibrant city. In other words, she's telling us to look forward for the opportunities that can make this a better city. Second, she also said, it is also a time of reflection. We stand on the shoulders of past council members who made difficult decisions to create the city we experience today. And it's that reflection that I think is kind of important. And I wanted to talk about it for a second. You know, I've been here since 2015. When I first came on the city council, I was one of the youngest members. Some would say today I'm the oldest member 8 years later. But in that 8-year period, you can't begin to imagine all the change that has occurred on this council. Think about this. I worked with James Greiner, but I also worked with Gary Mars and Bradley Carter. I work with James Cooper and Sam Bowman, but I also worked with Ed Shadid. Sometimes Ed and I didn't get along on everything, on every point, every subject, but I will say that we worked together well in providing some transparency to city government, and I'm very proud of that. I've worked closely with Todd Stone. I also got to work with Pete White. Pete was about 2.5 months on the council, and Pete comes to me one day and he says, Stonecipher, I didn't think I was going to like you, but you're okay. So Pete taught me through the Judiciary Committee very important principles that our judges and that our administrators have enforced to this day, and that's why I think we run such a great municipal court program. I've also got to work with two tremendous city managers, Jim Couch and Craig Freeman, two unbelievable mayors, Mayor Cornett and Mayor Holt. Francis Kersey and Amy Simpson as city clerks have been outstanding. David Greenwell, he has been kind of a financial mentor to me. And Matt, I look forward to working with you. David told me one time, he said, it takes almost 4 years to learn this job, at least it did in my case. Well, it's taken me a little longer, but the point is, I think that you will have a great learning curve because of all your work you've done on the Planning Commission, and so I look forward to working with you. I did skip Ward 3, which is Barbara's ward, I'm sorry, and I've worked closely with Barbara, especially on police and fire issues, but I also got to work with Larry McAtee, and Larry was a mentor to me. I would go bounce ideas off of him, and if he said it once, he said it 100 times. Have you thought about the unintended consequences? Larry made me think. He's a good friend. I miss him. I also have worked with Meg Salyer, who was Ward 6. Meg loves Oklahoma City. I've worked with Jo Beth and Nikki on the Judiciary Committee, and I'm proud to say that as a result of our work, the three of us and with David Greenwell have closed over 10,000 warrant cases, and we've collected $1.2 million for the city. So I've enjoyed that work, especially with Jo Beth and Nikki. I've also worked with John Pettis. I've also worked with Willa Johnson, who I miss dearly. But I got to work with this guy by the name of Pat Ryan, and Pat was my predecessor. And Pat is the one, but for Pat, I would not be here today. I would not be here today. And I remember my first day here, I came to get an agenda for city council, and Pat was cleaning out his office, and I said, Pat, I've got this agenda. What do I do with it? And I'm hoping he'd give me some tips on how to get through it and understand it better. And Pat had this dry sense of humor, and he kind of just took his glasses and he shook them, and he looked at me and he said, I suggest you read it. So that was my tutorial. That was my introduction from Pat. I think, you know, the other thing I want to, when Debbie said reflection, the reason I wanted Ron Norick to speak is because I think it's important for us to remember our past, because it gives us a way to navigate our future. And Winston Churchill once said, and I'm not going to get this exactly right, but the difference between making a living and making a life is public service, and that is Ron Norick. When Ron calls, I answer the phone and I listen and I learn. I always answer that phone because he's really helpful to me. And there's two of my favorite things that Ron has told me over the year. Number one, we were at a groundbreaking ceremony or something for MAPS 3, and people kept coming up to Ron and saying, man, MAPS 1, what a great thing. I voted for that. And it happened over and over, and finally Ron looks at me and he says, you know, today, 25 years later, I can't find one person that voted against MAPS 1. Well, we all know that MAPS, the week before the election, the polls were bad, and we didn't think we were going to pull it out, and we barely scraped it and got it to pass, and that changed our history, and we owe that to Ron Norick. The second thing, one of my favorite MAPS, it's a MAPS 4 story through Ron. One day, you know, there are some people that are just grumpy, and this person comes up to Ron and starts complaining about MAPS 4 and says, you know, this isn't like your MAPS 1. This isn't the way it should be. It should be like MAPS 1. And Ron stopped the person. And he said, you know what? MAPS 4 was created by a new generation of people in Oklahoma City, and I am very proud of MAPS 4. And I loved those comments. I would say this. I contacted Joanna McSpadden to ask her about, you know, what kind of projects do we have that are active projects and in the works. And we have such important work to do. MAPS 4, we're building a 72-inch pipeline to southern Oklahoma. That scares me a little right now with the cost of building materials, but once we get that pipeline built, it will provide water for our kids and our grandkids through 2060. I'm really proud of the work we're doing at Tinker Air Force Base, the improvements, the expansion, the protection we're providing them. But I want to run through this list that Joanna gave me because I don't think everybody gets a flavor for all the economic development and active projects we have going on right now. There's Pratt & Whitney, which is a total investment of $255 million. There's the B-21 bomber base expansion east of Douglas. There's the Convergence, which is a $135 million project. There's OKC 577, which is an industrial business park, which is an $80 million project. There's the Page Woodson development, which is about to enter into a new phase. There's Strawberry Fields, there's Boulevard Place, there's the Citizen, there's the Canoe electric automobiles, which is a total investment of $347 million. There's Alley's End, there's the Boardwalk, and there's Harlow. All of these things, I tell you this because we're working on a lot of stuff right now. And like Debbie said, this is a moment where we should reflect and think about what we did in the past and how we move forward with the future. And I would say this to my colleagues up on the horseshoe. If we all work together, if we work hard together, I truly believe that the best is yet to come for Oklahoma City. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, just,
Yes.
I know, just some grace. Just some grace.
It's on brand. It's on brand. Go ahead.
Oh, it is on brand. Yeah. That's what the kids say. I just saw some faces out there that I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you. I see my state representative, Marie Turner. I want to thank them for their attendance this morning. Arturo Alonso, I want to thank you for your attendance. But Chris and Neha, Cornell, Carol, Boyd and Debbie, Tim, you all, just thank you, and you know why. You know why. And if I missed you, I'm sorry. I'm not perfect, but you know.
Mayor, I'd like
Yes.
a little grace too.
Sure.
I'm gonna get the last word. I have a really great story to tell. My pen that I'm wearing isn't like your pen, even though I got one like yours. My pen belonged to the Ward 5 City Councilor, Jim Scott. And his grandson's the one who swore me in. Thank you.
Not great. All right, well, if there's no further comments, that concludes our oath of office ceremony. We're going to do some business now, but I understand if you might want to, yeah, there you go.
We're done, right?
I don't want you to miss your first vote. All right, I think we're going to get started. Chief, you're closest. Chief Kelly? Oh, never mind. There it goes. I was just going to make sure we got that door shut. Thank you. All right, we are now at item 4, items requiring separate votes. So obviously this is going to be the precursor for the budget process that we're about to embark upon over the next month and change. And we always pass a resolution at the beginning of that, just setting the public hearing dates, and then we'll get in, obviously, to the budget presentation. So item 4A is a resolution setting the public hearing dates of May 16th and May 30th for budget-related presentations and public comment on the proposed annual budget for fiscal year 2024, and setting June 6th as the formal City Council public hearing on the proposed annual budget for fiscal year 2024, et cetera. And we could take a motion on this item. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And that is our only vote for the day. All right. We are now going to proceed into Mr. City Manager, I don't know if you noticed, there's a major typo on the agenda. This is actually item 5. It's labeled as item 9.
Yeah, we're used to being there.
So we don't have any items 5 through 8 today, but we're going to skip ahead, I guess, to item 9, and that is presentations and discussion of FY24 proposed budget. And I have to step away for a funeral, and I'm going to turn the chairmanship over to Vice Mayor Stone. But the good news is today is mostly in the hands of the city manager with presentations.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mayor. I just want to say as we get started here, Christian York is our budget director. It's his first budget that he's going through. He's actually worked through budgets before, many budgets before, but first as the budget director. I appreciate Chris and his team and their leadership. In our policy, in our financial policies, we have a decentralized budget process, which means that we make sure that we include, as we're preparing it to bring it to council, we include all of our departments, and all of our departments have a voice in preparing the budgets. They're the ones that know best what's needed within their areas of operation, the issues that they're facing. So I appreciate so much all the work of so many people that have gone into this. Many of the staff from the budget office are here today. I appreciate their leadership and work on this, and Chris's leadership. We'll go through several meetings that we have coming up over the next 6 weeks that we'll have every other week. We'll have budget meetings and hear from some of the more front-facing departments that you get more information about their budgets. But just really want to say how much I appreciate their work and Chris's leadership as we go through this, and look forward to the discussions that we have as we discuss the budgets presented today. Chris?
All right. I appreciate those comments, City Manager. While I have the mic, I would like to acknowledge the team that's here with me. Some of them weren't able to be here today, but we have Jessica Looney, Nicole Tower, Nagesh Chopra, and Tiara Taylor as our analyst team. Daniel Dorgan is our only senior budget analyst, and then we have our budget specialists, Lori Hurd, Letitia Jackson, Ian Hutchison, and Steve Akins. Very much appreciate all the hard work that goes into this alongside of our partners in the departments. So I will just jump right in, and I thought I would start you off with the schedule so you know what presentations you'll be receiving in the next month or so. And so today you'll hear from myself, followed by Public Transportation, Fire, and Police. On May 16th, we'll have presentation from Parks, Development Services, and Planning. And then on May 30th, Public Works, Utilities, and Airports will present. So adoption is scheduled for June 6th, and there will be public hearings at each of these meetings. So maybe as a tutorial for our residents, really the budget development process is just the last step in an ongoing process that occurs every year, starting really with the resident survey. The survey gives an opportunity for our residents to weigh in on what their priorities are and grade us on our performance. That in turn feeds the council priorities, which the departments then use to build their strategic business plans that they visit at least every other year. And so really the budget development is just a one-year implementation of the strategic business plan based on what resources we have available to us. And of course, we do those things inside of the chart: data collection, reporting, evaluating, and decision-making on a yearly basis. And so with that in mind, I'd like to just highlight the council priorities for you for a moment. And they range from safety, transit, financial management, recreation opportunities and community wellness, local economy, city services, and social and criminal justice initiatives. Once again, this year, off to the left, we have those icons, and you'll see those scattered throughout the budget document, and those are going to be located next to any items that are directly responsive to council priorities. So the slide we're all waiting on right here, and I might give you a little bit of an orientation on this slide. It always messes me up when we use a different unit. These are in millions, and so when we're looking at that first column there on the left, the general fund for FY23 was $570.4 million, and so on. As we go down the page, we're into the billions at the bottom. So just going to the bottom of the page, the total budget for FY24 is proposed at $1.9 billion. That's a 1.8% increase over the amended fiscal year 2023 budget. The general fund up at the top is going up about 5.9% over the current year budget at $604 million. And this high level of growth, I would say, is attributable to the strong sales tax growth that we've received in the current year, but it's also coupled with a concern over next year that there might be an economic downturn. So we expect to end this current fiscal year at about 7% sales tax growth. Next year, though, we're only budgeting about a 1% sales tax growth, so a very incremental approach to next year, trying to keep an eye on the economy. I do have an asterisk on the general fund, so it does not include the budget amendment that you received for consideration or for introduction during the last meeting because it hasn't been approved yet. We'll bring that back to you on the next council meeting and let you consider that one. In our operating funds, we're going up by 0.3%. Or at $299 million, and that's going to include other operating funds like the airports, utilities, and stormwater drainage funds, as well as our fire and police sales tax funds. Our non-operating funds stayed fairly flat at a 0.5% increase, and those are going to include our project funds like MAPS 3 sales tax, the MAPS 4 program fund, and the capital improvements project fund. I do have one more call out for our non-operating funds, just for our residents, because it can be a little bit confusing. So by state law and our purchasing policy, in our non-operating funds, we have multi-year projects that are going on. We're building buildings, we're building roads, and so we have to encumber those funds on an annual basis for services and supplies that we may not receive during that year. So what that tends to do is inflate our budget a little bit. That's just to comply with state law. If I had to give you an example of it, if we looked back at fiscal year 2022, we budgeted a $1.8 billion budget, but we spent $1.2 billion. And that's because we need to encumber those funds for those future purchases. It may take a couple of years to receive those. So as we look at position count for the city, we were able to add 119 positions this year. That brings us to a new high water mark. It's the highest number of positions we've ever had as a city. I'll give you a couple of context points there, though. As you'll recall from the council budget workshop, when we look at that compared to population growth has been about 7.1% over the last several years, as where employee growth has been about 3.9%. So pleased that we're able to add additional positions. We did lose a little bit of ground in terms of per 1,000 residents. We're at about 7.13 using the last population figure. And the other thing I would call out is that only 28 of these positions are in the general fund. The vast majority of them are funded through other funding sources, whether that be trusts like our airports trust or our utilities trust, or our public safety sales tax funds. And so the balance of those, about 81 positions, are located in those funding sources. So getting into the budget highlights, starting with public safety, and I'll keep this at a fairly high level because we will be receiving presentations from the chiefs following my presentation. In the fire department, we're adding 6 firefighters. That's intended to help with our callback overtime expense, as well as give the chief some additional resources to make sure we keep apparatus in service. We're adding 4 civilians for our new quartermaster program. These individuals will be trading out personal protective equipment for our firefighters who've been exposed to chemicals on scene. They'll have fresh equipment to use until their equipment can be washed and returned to them, trying to get that exposure level down. And then we also have these 40 positions that I highlighted for you in the budget amendment, and these are related to implementation of a limited medical transport program to supplement our partners in EMSA. Couple of notes on that. These are proposed to be funded out of the Medical Services Program Fund. And in order to do that, we would need an updated agreement with EMSA, and we would also potentially need an ordinance change to access those funds. And so this is contingent upon those things being in place. And then finally, we often don't give this much attention, but we fully funded equipment replacement for the fire department at $29.5 million. Our strategy has been to use the use tax component of our temporary sales tax, like MAPS 4, to fund these replacements and keep our equipment in good shape. In the police department, we're adding 14 positions, all of which are civilian. We have a civilian crisis intervention team coordinator that will be replacing a sworn position in that role and help develop mental health related training for the department. We also add 3 civilian DNA forensic scientists, 2 civilian computer forensic investigative specialists, and a couple of administrative positions, all funded by the public safety sales tax. You'll note the language change in the next 2 flips from just calling out the positions that we're adding to includes. That's on purpose. So the 2 civilian community relations coordinators were providing victim services, and the 2 civilian digital media positions were previously funded by a grant. And so those grants were about to expire. This is adding those into the general fund. So it's not an enhancement to services, but it's a maintenance of something we were able to put on through grant funding. We also have $1.1 million in startup costs for the Real-Time Information Center, and this is going to be split pretty evenly between $500,000 of recurring cost for software licensing, and then about $500,000 in one-time costs for purchasing of equipment such as camera systems. And as we noted with fire, we fully funded the replacement cost of the vehicles using our use tax funds at $26.5 million. Public Works has a net add of 4 positions, and they're including an administrative specialist for agenda management. As you can imagine, Public Works generates and sees probably the lion's share of council items throughout the city. They're also adding 3 administrative positions to support our HR function internal to the department. That department has over 400 positions, and it has some of our most difficult to recruit and retain for. Those are going to include your engineers and your CDL holders. In the Development Services Department, we put on an Electrical Inspector 1 to improve our timeliness with conducting those inspections, a Plans Examiner to the Development Center to improve upon customer experience and increase timeliness of plan review. We're also adding an Animal Welfare Representative. That's a 7-day-a-week operation out there, and so that'll help with coverage. A Senior Customer Service Representative is being added to license and permits to reduce their call response times. And then a code inspector is being added in code enforcement that will absorb the work of a part-time oil and gas inspector, and then will also add to their capacity in the division. All right. The planning department is adding 2 positions. One is an associate planner that's being added to support the special program coordinator that we already hired, Lindsay, for our homelessness initiatives. The second position is an assistant planner that's going to be added in the Arts and Cultural Affairs program, and that'll support both the Arts Office as well as the Urban Design Division on historic preservation and design functions. That special program coordinator that I just referenced is moving from the planning department over to the city manager's office, and so that's reflected here. And then some of the line item changes that were included for this year include the Better Way program of $120,000, funding for additional homeless outreach services through FY24 at $600,000, and then $2 million in the Capital Improvements Project Fund for the Key to Home initiative. Public Transportation and Parking is adding 16 COT positions, so those will be located in the trust, and their primary focus is going to be on maintenance of those new BRT vehicles. It's also adding 3 utility maintenance 2 positions and a system analyst to support MAPS 4 projects, and specifically they're going to be working on the new bus shelters. They'll be putting on a business development specialist to improve utilization across Embark services through marketing and community management, or engagement rather. And then a municipal accountant 3 will be added to consolidate the grants reporting function in the department. So the overall increase for the general fund for COTPA is going to be $7.7 million. Most of that is $2 million related to the next phase of BRT, and then another couple million related to restoring the general fund subsidy that was able to be reduced when we had CARES Act funding to support busing operations. We've needed to rebuild that back in the general fund over the last couple of years. All right. Utilities adds 17 positions. I won't go through all of those with you because you will be receiving a presentation from them on May 30th, but I do want to note that all of those positions will be funded by the trust. I do have one call-out bullet for you that the department intends to move $17.3 million of its operating costs for electricity, chemicals, and fleet services over to the trust. And that just gives them a little bit more timely response when we have spikes like we did in this current year to the cost of chemicals and energy. They're able to respond more quickly through their own trust rather than routing it through multiple trusts. The airports very similarly add 6 positions, and you will receive a presentation from them on the same day. A couple of highlights there: they're adding an assistant municipal counselor in the MCO's office, but it will be funded through the airport's trust. 3 positions in the admin line of business, an airport's operations officer, and an engineering assistant. Once again, these will all be funded by the airport's trust, and then a similar call out, although to a much smaller degree. They're going to be moving $250,000 of their operating fund over for fleet services to the trust, and that consolidates all of their vehicle expenses into one area. All right, Parks and Recreation Department adds just 1 position, a GIS analyst, and this individual will provide a parks inventory and make that information public so our residents can more easily access our parks amenities. We're also adding nearly $500,000 for the Willa D. Johnson Recreation Center. Staffing for this facility was added in a prior budget cycle. This addition is going to be for part-time staffing, supplies, and services. And then finally, the First Step program provides contract labor for mowing and landscaping services at city parks. And this increase is just related to a labor rate increase on that contract. It doesn't do anything to change the current tempo or mowing schedule that's out there. It's just a higher cost of labor. In the city manager's office, we added one position to the print shop, and this is a digital graphics technician to provide projects throughout the city. We're also adding a special programs coordinator to support the Human Rights Commission, a special programs coordinator that was moved from planning that we discussed earlier, and making an overage ACM position permanent that was added in the last year. General Services Department really focused on capital this year, and so it includes an $8.6 million increase in CIP for the annual capital maintenance at our city facilities. And those include a number of projects, most of which sound very boring but are very important, such as citywide HVAC, citywide carpet, citywide fire alarm panel replacements, and all the things that make our facilities livable. We also have a $114,000 increase in the Fleet Services Internal Service Fund, and that's related to overtime and outsourced repairs. They've had a difficult time in keeping their heavy mechanics for that division. IT is going to add 8 positions throughout the department, 2 system analysts in the Enterprise Business Application Program. We've got a system support specialist and system support specialist, or 2 and 3, in the network program, a systems analyst in the departmental systems program, also 1 in the software development program, and system support specialist 3 and system support specialist 1 to the public safety communication program. We also included an $800,000 placeholder for Microsoft licensing. That contract is under negotiation right now, and so we'll see what that number looks like as we get further along in the process. Just a couple of small ones for our inward-facing departments. The Finance Department restores a management specialist in Treasury that was lost during a prior cycle. And then the Human Resources Department adds a Human Resources Information Systems Analyst to assist us with our upgrade that's going on right now to our Human Capital Management System, transitioning to an Oracle-provided program. It also adds a Benefits Coordinator that was an overage at the moment to assist with the really tens of thousands employees and their dependents on city healthcare plans. In the municipal counselor's office, we've got 1 additional attorney in civil litigation, an attorney in land use, and an attorney in criminal justice. And we also added the assistant municipal counselor we discussed in airports. All right, and just a couple of call outs from the budget, unrelated to any particular department. We do still have that $2.4 million that we had from prior year in non-departmental general fund, and that's going to be for our task force recommendations. And so that'll be shared between law enforcement and homelessness efforts that might be implemented or started during the next year. We've also funded $600,000 for planning's contract with the Mental Health Association of Oklahoma for homeless outreach services. The MAPS 4 program fund saw a decrease of $25.1 million, but that's just keeping pace with their plan. And finally, we've added $50 million in the Grants Management Fund for the continued implementation of the ARPA and Emergency Rental Assistance 2 programs, which are expected to be, like I said, at $50 million for the next year. All right, so now we'll switch to the driver behind the budget, and that's our revenues. So once again, back at that $1.91 billion number, the largest recurring revenue source is taxes, of course. They total $885 million, or 47%. And then sales tax is the largest source in that category and represents about $601 million of that total. Other areas of note are fund balance and our largest revenue source besides sales tax, with MAPS 4 and MAPS 3 and Better Streets and Safer Cities accounting for more than half of that list, and so 29% of the total. And then federal grants are down from last year, but still account for about $108 million for next year's budget. So when we look at the total budget, the taxes category includes property taxes in the debt service fund, which includes $121 million that go to pay off our general obligation bonds, and then also includes use tax totals of $132 million. The fees and charges includes things like franchise fees, building permits, ambulance membership fees, and stormwater drainage fees. And those categories account for 15% of the total. Finally, we have transfers in, which consists of transfers from our public trust for operations such as water, wastewater, solid waste, and airport services, and are just 1% of the total. So when we zoom into our operating revenue, we strip away all those non-operating capital funds. And so that gets us down to $904 million, and that removes things like our Maps for Better Streets, Safer City funds. And so this gives you a better idea of the funding that's actually available to provide services. Again, taxes are the largest revenue source in the operating budget at $577 million, or 64%. And then fund balance all but goes away down to 2%, because once again, it's our Maps for Better Streets, Safer Cities where those funds are being consolidated and used in our non-operating funds. Zooming in once again to the general fund, we're at $604.3 million in the proposed budget. And we can see that, again, taxes make up about 71% of the total, sales tax accounting for 54% of that number, or $328 million. Use taxes become a bigger portion as more purchasing goes online, and that represents about $100 million, or 17% of the total. Other taxes are fairly small at 2% and include taxes we receive from the state, so your alcoholic beverage tax, your gasoline tax, and your commercial vehicle tax, and tobacco tax. Franchise fees represent 9%, and this comes from our utility companies paying us for use of our right-of-way. So that's going to include your OG&Es, ONGs, and so on. Fees and charges such as building permits, admin charges, and wage adjustment from fire and police sales tax make up 14% of the total. And other revenue includes interest and other miscellaneous revenue at less than 2%. So now we'll look at the other side of the equation here with our expenditures. Back to $1.91 billion, and you can see by category, we have these broken up by how the Municipal Budget Act specifies that we have to, and so those are going to include personal services at $617 million, other services at $409 million, these are going to be contracts, supplies at $101 million, capital at $519 million, debt service at $160 million, and transfers at $97 million. So again, narrowing it down to the operating fund, you can see personal services becomes the lion's share of the budget at $904.3 million, and it represents 67%, or $608 million, followed by other services at $173 million, and then transfers at $82 million, supplies at $34 million. So then zooming in again to the general fund, personnel services stays at the vast majority there at 66%. Other services at 27%, and those are going to include things like utilities, contracts for services, and our payments to COPPA. Supplies, capital, and transfers are all fairly small and total about 7%. And I would like to point out that capital funding doesn't show up as a category in the general fund. It is included in the general fund budget as a $6.25 million transfer to CIP, but accounting rules have us put that into a transfer category. So then when we look at the general fund by purpose, you can really see what we're spending our general fund dollars on. Most of it is going to be on public safety at 61%. Of course, that's going to include our police and fire. Public service is going to be the second largest category at 20%, or $119 million, and that's going to be public works, development services, planning. Culture and rec is our parks department, and that represents 12%, or $69 million. And then general service, our general government, comes in at 8%, or $48 million, and that's going to include your in-house things like finance, city manager's office, HR, IT, general services, and so on. All right. So that concludes the highlights. What I would say is when we're putting together our budget, we, of course, have to comply with the Municipal Budget Act, but in addition to that, we always try to achieve the Government Finance Officers Association Best Practices Award. And this is a category that they have that's where we submit our budget and our peers review it. And then I'm proud to say that, we've won this thing for the last 35 years, and only 6 other municipalities in the state of Oklahoma received it last year. So hopefully this budget will comply with that and we will earn that again next year. So I might give you a quick guide to the budget book. Again, this year we have it in 2 volumes. So the smaller volume is our performance guide, and this is going to include all of your issues, strategies, and our performance measurements on how we're doing. It's also going to include that broken out by each single department. So if there's any metric throughout the city that you want to look at, this is where you would go. The larger volume is going to include our introduction, which has the city manager's message. I find that very informative. It's going to have a lot of our assumptions and thought process in leading up to the budget. It also includes some demographic information for the city, largest employers, population size, and so on. Then we have our financial summaries. This is where I go when I'm looking for a particular fund. I want to know how much MAPS 4 is expected to have next year. Then we have our departmental budgets, where we break out our budget and so not just our costs, but also our positions by line of business and program, so you can see exactly where we're putting our funding. And then our fund summary section, when we reference the Municipal Budget Act, this is what we're actually asking you to approve. So just this small portion of the budget book is the actual official budget, and it has every fund broken out for your review there. The capital budget is a good snapshot of all the capital projects that will have expenses in the next year. And then finally, the appendix will have our financial policies, and it'll even have a glossary for you for any terms that aren't familiar to our residents. Okay, so as we finish up here, just as a reminder, we'll still have the same public comment process we had last year. That opens up today and will run 20 days. And then we will also have public hearings on the 16th and the 30th, as well as the June 6th meeting. So residents are more than welcome to come speak at any of those. We will receive the summary of comments on May the 30th. We'll receive them on May the 22nd, will be the end of it. And then on May the 30th, we will provide those to council. And so if our residents want to get a hold of us, they can go fill out a form on okc.gov/budget. That link will be up today following this meeting. They can always email it to budgetcomments@okc.gov, or they can text the Action Center at 405-252-1053, or if they're feeling nostalgic, they can put pen to paper and send us a letter to the city clerk's office for budget comments. And that concludes my presentation, or if there's any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer those.
All right, thank you, Chris.
If you don't mind, I don't really have a question. It's more of a comment. One of the things that I enjoyed as far as the budget book this year the stock photos were actual city engagement photos, and that is a beautiful thing to see. So I just want to commend you all for that. I know a lot of times when we get these types of books, it's a lot of stock photos, and it doesn't even pertain to our city, but this was very intentional, so it was a joy to just peruse through and see the projects that are going on and the people that represent our city, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris, appreciate that. So next up, we have our public transportation and parking budget presentation. So Assistant City Manager Jason Fairbrush with his team will present the parking and transportation budget.
All right, so good morning, Mayor and Council. Again, Jason Fairbrush, Assistant City Manager and Director of the Public Transportation and Parking Department. Thank you for the opportunity this morning to be able to present the FY24 proposed budget for our department. You know, you want to just take care of it? Thank you. So, you know, the Public Transportation and Parking Department, or MBARC as we are known throughout the community, we have a vision or an aspirational goal to be world-class transportation that is accessible to all and all want to access it. And that really applies to all of our family of services, whether it be our fixed route bus, streetcar, parking, all the way to Spokies, Oklahoma River cruises, our ADA plus transportation service that we provide, and the BRT that we'll be bringing online towards the end of this calendar year. That vision statement, we believe, also aligns with Council's priority to develop a transportation system that works for all residents. And it's through our mission to be a self-sustaining transportation network that removes barriers of location and socioeconomic status while elevating the status and use of public transportation so all of Central Oklahoma can safely and quickly reach their destination. It's that mission that we hope will help us not only support that council priority moving forward, but eventually reach that aspirational goal that we have to be world-class transportation. So in keeping with our vision to be world-class transportation, one of the things that we've been focusing on over the last couple of years and have continued to refine is our employee-driven transformation plan, or the roadmap. The roadmap, again, it's an employee-driven transformation plan, lots of input and contribution from our frontline staff. And what we've developed, and you can see it in the top left portion of the slide here, is basically a one-page document front and back where we are able to highlight our mission statement, we're able to display our vision, we reference our core values of being safe, being there, being open, being kind. You'll notice the employee pledge is included within our roadmap transformation plan. That employee pledge was developed and voted on by our employees. We also have our 3 primary initiatives that we reference: creating a great place to work, elevating the status and use of our services, and of course preserving the confidence of our board and this city council. Under each of those initiatives, you'll see various projects and tasks where if we successfully execute those projects and tasks, it will support those initiatives that we've developed. And then finally, the roadmap, that transformation plan, is also about employee recognition, and you'll see a reference to a couple of recognition programs we have, our Embark Legends and our Stoke Storytellers. And so I share that with you to let you know that that is a continued work in progress. However, we were recently honored by the American Public Transit Association receiving the 2023 AdWheel Award for the Best Marketing and Communications piece for workforce development. Some of the other notable achievements, if you will, that we've been able to accomplish as a department through this last fiscal year was also a 2022 AdWheel Award for our Best Marketing and Communications for the Save the Seat campaign. I think you're familiar with that video. We had the 2022 Best Project Award for the Convention Center Garage, recognized by the International Parking Institute, an Innovation Award for our Climb Ride program. As you know, our Climb Ride program is that specialty transportation that we provide working with DHS and parents that are enrolled, if you will, in the foster care program. So we provide that transportation to support that unification. And then we surpassed 1 million passenger trips on the streetcar in 2022. So thinking of, again, world-class transportation, workforce development is one of those items that is very important to us for 2 reasons. When we think of workforce development, it's creating a great place to work, as I'd mentioned, but part of that, of course, is recruiting and retaining employees. And I thought I'd share this graph with you. I don't know that council has seen this before, but we have been basically, as a public transportation and parking department, recognizing council's investment in public transportation, of course, over the same time period. We've been in a constant state of growth, really, if you will, since FY14. So about the last 10 years, we have grown as a department, and as you know, our services have increased, right? We've increased frequency, we've added night service, we've added weekend service, we're preparing for the bus rapid transit. And so what you see is in FY14, we actually had 222 positions. The FY24 proposed budget includes 384 positions. That's a 73% growth over that 10-year period in budgeted positions. And of course, as you know, as a city department, it's really the people that get the work done. And so it's really indicative, I think, of the trajectory that we're on and the growth that we've seen in transit. The other reason the workforce development piece is important to us is because it aligns to a couple of strategic results that we have in our Leading for Results business plan. Our budget director referenced that Leading for Results concept, I believe, in his presentation. I know that most of you are familiar with that. But one of our strategic results is to maintain a vacancy rate of about 8%. And I'm pleased to report that although that number does fluctuate from week to week, we are in the neighborhood of that 8% vacancy rate, at least at this time. And we know that it's a very competitive hiring market right now. The other reason the workforce development ties to our strategic business plan is we have a strategic result, a commitment to this council, to our residents, to finish the construction of the bus rapid transit and stand up those operations by the end of basically this calendar year. And so again, hiring and training and retaining those employees so we can add that service is significant for us. So on the slide here, you can see over on the right some of the printed materials we use for our recruiting. We do aggressively recruit positions for our organization, have a dedicated recruiter. And then once we recruit those employees, we have just an incredible training team. You can see in the photo in the bottom left there, our primary trainer, Byron there, leading a class of new hires. He does just a tremendous job. The next slide here is, thinking about that growth. What that growth has allowed us to do is not only add services, but it's really allowed us to spend more time engaging in our community, developing those partnerships with community organizations, attending events that you can see pictured in this slide. But one of the things that you'll see in the proposed budget when we get to make a summary of major changes is the proposed budget includes an additional position for business development. And so just like we've fostered those relationships over the last few years with community organizations and nonprofits, we really want to add a business development position to help us continue that robust community engagement, but also be able to concentrate on visiting with some of our major employers and positioning transit as an alternative to getting to and from work for their employees. And so that's part of what the business development manager will help us with, whether it's a van pool program, fixed route bus, streetcar within the core. Basically, it's getting out there in the corporate community, if you will, and promoting our services, something very common in a lot of other transit markets. So as we continue to bring new services to the community, and I know I've mentioned a lot of them, and we've experienced this exponential growth, if you will, maintaining our customer satisfaction is very important to us. We want to grow in a way that our customers certainly still appreciate our business. And so what I have here is just the results of our most recent customer survey, and you can see that 78% of our customers rated overall satisfaction with our services as being satisfied or very satisfied. So with that 78% satisfaction rating, that too ties to one of our strategic results in our business plan, where our goal is actually to achieve 80%. So we didn't quite hit that stretch goal, but 78% is a very good number for us. And again, to give you a little bit of perspective, the national average for overall satisfaction within the transit industry is about 58%, and that comes from our consultant that you're familiar with, ETC Institute out of Olathe, Kansas. They do a lot of transit surveys. So although we have some room to grow and achieve our goal, we're doing, we believe, okay compared to the market. All right, so shifting from workforce development and customer satisfaction, I want to share a little bit of ridership data with you. Obviously, the resources that go to our budget primarily support that ridership and those passenger trips that we're able to provide. So the first slide we'll look at, and it's one you've probably seen before, but this is just a look at our total bus ridership. No surprise that we experienced a decline in ridership over the last 5 years, but as you can see, we have some positive momentum in FY22 and FY23, where we're actually projecting to finish this year, this fiscal year, with about 2.6 million trips on our bus system. Now, I'm going to go through some other slides in the presentation where we'll look at streetcar ridership, we'll look at mobility management ridership. And if you start adding all those ridership numbers together, we're actually estimating we'll finish the year at about 3 million trips system-wide. And so again, why is that important? Well, obviously we do like to inform council about our ridership, but it also ties again to another one of our strategic results within our business plan, and that is to achieve an average ridership system-wide of about 13,000 passenger trips per day. Now, that is a stretch goal. That was based on some numbers that we were generating pre-pandemic. We're going to finish closer to about 8,200 trips this fiscal year. But again, it's a stretch goal that we continue to strive for. And if it's a goal that we achieve, it will be one that really we've never hit that before. So certainly a stretch goal. Night ridership, we want to talk a little bit about night ridership and weekend ridership because these are two new services, relatively new services, I should say, the council has invested in to grow public transportation within our community. Night ridership, again, the trend line in terms of overall ridership is similar to what you saw with total bus ridership. We estimate finishing FY23 with about 96,000 total trips. Now, our night service really is only 5 routes, so keep in mind we don't run full service at nights. It's 5 routes, and it really captures that window of time from about 7:30 or 8 to midnight. So it's a very short period of our service span, and it only includes 5 routes. But we are encouraged and continue to see growth on our night ridership. And then looking at weekend ridership, again, similar trend line or direction, if you will, in terms of where the trajectory for ridership is. We expect to end FY23, this current fiscal year, with about 366,000 total trips provided over the weekend. And again, I'll remind council that we were able to add Sunday service a few years ago, and that certainly impacted and supported those numbers. All right, and then as we kind of conclude the bus ridership portion of the presentation, we wanted to throw this chart in here just to give you a sense of how our change in ridership within the Oklahoma City market compares to changes in ridership across the country. So we've got some other transit agency displayed here. This data comes from the American Public Transit Association. And basically, what I would direct your attention to is the far right-hand side of the slide. You can see that Oklahoma City, for the FY21 fiscal year, if you will, saw about a 7% growth in ridership. So we came out of that pandemic relatively faster than a lot of the other agencies you see that were still experiencing declines in that FY21 fiscal year. In FY22, we saw our increase in ridership of about 16%. So some agencies grew faster than we did or rebounded their ridership faster than we did. And then the numbers I just shared with you on total bus ridership showed 420,000 more passenger trips estimated in this fiscal year than previous. So that's about a 18% increase. So overall, the story here is on our bus ridership, we continue to build that back coming off of the FY20 fiscal year. And we have really no reason to believe that growth won't continue into the next. Next slide looks at streetcar ridership. It's a little bit different than fixed route ridership. We know that the primary users of our fixed route system use our system to get to and from work. They use that system to get to and from medical appointments. Streetcar ridership, on the other hand, we do have a base that uses it to commute to work, but most of our ridership is related to events, and it's related to individuals that are visiting downtown. So the ridership trend is a little bit different than what we see on bus. Nonetheless, we do expect FY23 to finish the year at about 218,000 passenger trips. And that can fluctuate depending on the events and activities that are programmed for downtown. You'll notice that FY23, we're estimating to finish a little bit less than FY22. But again, a few weekends of large events and the ridership projection could change. In fact, this last weekend, we did over 2,000 trips on Saturday, over 1,000 trips on Sunday. Obviously, the arts festival and the marathon events like that have a big impact on our ridership. All right. And so now looking at ADA and senior transportation, the top left portion of this slide just shows our ridership for our ADA paratransit ridership. This is the ridership that we provide through our Embark Plus service. And again, just as a reminder, Embark Plus is a curb-to-curb, if you will, service is the way we describe it. Customers qualify for the service. They qualify because for specific reasons they're unable to use the fixed route service. And so they will schedule a trip in advance. We will pick them up at their point of origin, take them directly to their destination, and oftentimes provide a trip back to where they started. And then in the bottom right, you can see our mobility and senior services ridership. And so these are specialized transportation trips that we provide, ranging all the way from non-emergency medical. They're trips for seniors to the grocery store. They're trips for some of our unique partnerships, like the partnership that we have with Palomar, where we provide transportation for their clients. So there's a plethora of different specialized trips that make up these categories. But you can see in FY23, we've really had some significant trip generation, estimating 153,000 of these mobility and senior services trips by the end of the fiscal year. And then kind of rounding out our ridership, we'll take a quick look at our Spokies bike share ridership. You can see that in the top right of the slide. We are estimating to finish the year at about 5,900 bike share trips. Again, just as a reminder, we did introduce the e-bikes to the marketplace within this last year. You'll see a decline in that ridership. We do attribute that to the fact that in FY18 and FY19, Spokies was really the only game in town, if you will, for bike share, and now obviously we have Lime and some other competitors in that marketplace. And then finally, Oklahoma River Cruise ridership. Again, FY18 was a significantly strong year. Since then, our ridership has hovered between 5,000 to 6,000 trips. We estimate finishing this year at about 6,200. And again, just as a reminder to council, we just kicked off our Oklahoma River Cruises season in April. So we are back in business on the Oklahoma River. As council is aware, one of our most significant increases to our budget this year is operational funding for the city's first bus rapid transit route, or the Rapid, as we're calling it, as it's been branded. And you'll see that in the summary of major changes when we get to it. But again, we do plan to launch the Rapid service in the fall of this calendar year. This slide that you see here has some images that wanted to convey our partnership with the FTA. They were present for our groundbreaking that we had last summer. You can see the picture there. We have the FTA administrator from Region 6, along with the mayor, our trustee, and Councilman Cooper. So it's a great groundbreaking ceremony, but again, the FTA is a huge partner, but also the Planning Department and Public Works. They've contributed an incredible amount to this project, and it's truly a great example in my mind of departmental coordination. A couple of other things I wanted to share, just speaking from this slide, is you can see in the bottom right an image of our operator training. So we have begun hiring operators for the BRT. The image that you see there is them actually practicing out on our grid, if you will, our big paved parking lot at our South May Operations Center. And we have mocked up a platform. That yellow structure that you see there on the pavement is a mock platform that we can move around on the grid and practice those approaches before we get out in the field. And of course, you've seen some of the rapid buses out in the field now as we're training on some of the streetcar stops that share really that same elevation, that elevated platform. And then also wanted to just remind council that we try to be very proactive in communicating the impacts of construction. We have a project manager dedicated to briefing or visiting with the businesses along the route anytime we have construction that might impact them. In addition to that, every Friday, a construction update goes out to those that have signed up to receive them. And so we continue to make efforts to engage the community and share what's going on with the rapid BRT. All right, one of the other significant projects we have underway is the OKC Moves bus study. I think I've spoke to council about this before, but this ties to the budget in that in this next fiscal year, included within the budget is the resources that will allow us to implement the first phase, if you will, of the OKC Moves bus study. OKC Moves is very similar to the bus study we did back in FY13 that we ended up beginning implementation in FY14. And so we conducted the OKC Moves study because we understand that our community, our employers, where people live, where people want to go, all that has changed over the last 9 or 10 years. We want to make sure that our bus system, the backbone of our transit system, is modern, it's still relevant, it gets people where they need to go. And so we finished that study, and again, we're implementing that first phase within the upcoming budget year. The graphic here will show you and give you an idea of the type of community engagement that was involved in the OKC Moves study. We had several thousand individual engagements, a lot of pop-up events, public hearings. The goal of the study, of course, is not only to modernize our system, but also make sure we're maintaining appropriate frequencies. We have direct routes. We're able to serve new destinations and so forth. Current projects that may not necessarily be in the operating budget, but are non-operating or capital in nature, include transit center improvements. You can see an image in the top left here of a lighting project that we've concluded at the transit center. Pretty dramatic difference in terms of safety and security with lighting at that facility. We also continue to work with Okana and the First American Museum for developing a landing to serve those facilities along the Oklahoma River. And then again, at the bottom of the slide, I won't read all of those to you, but we have a collection of other projects that we continue to work on and we'll see through within the next fiscal year. Wanted to speak just briefly about MAPS 4 because I think it's important for council to know that as a department, when we sit down and think about resource needs and developing the budget, we acknowledge the fact that MAPS 4 has several transit-related projects in it, and we want to make sure our operating budget can support any of those capital projects that MAPS 4 brings forward and finishes up. And although the future bus rapid transit lines serving Northeast Oklahoma City and South Oklahoma City are certainly, the largest, or certainly the projects that create the largest operational demands on the department. We do have some of the MAPS 4 projects that will be seen in this next fiscal year, specifically some additional bus shelters that are funded with MAPS 4 and the transit signal priority project. And so as you'll see on the summary of major changes that we'll get to here in a minute, we have included in this budget a proposal to add some positions to enhance our bus shelter cleaning program, knowing that we have more shelters coming online, and then adding a position to manage that overall citywide traffic signal priority. And in addition to traffic signal priority benefiting public transit, that's also a system that public safety, whether it be fire, IMSA, or police, can use too to improve and help with response times. And then my last slide before we get into the budget book data is just a brief mention of the Regional Transportation Authority, or RTA. Embark and the city continue to work alongside the RTA. The RTA, of course, being a separate government entity. The RTA is really focusing on developing high-capacity transit lines. Those high-capacity lines are pictured here on the slide in the bold red. There's an east-west connection, a north-south connection, an airport connection. All of those are currently underway in terms of being studied, locally preferred alternatives being developed, and trying to set those corridors up for future federal funding. Of course, I think the council is aware that the one that is furthest along is the north-south connection between Edmond, Oklahoma City, and Norman, sharing the BNSF railroad right-of-way that would bring commuter rail to our region if we are, one, accepted by the FTA and receive some federal funds, and two, able to move forward in the future on a dedicated tax to support that transit. So I mentioned the RTA because the RTA right now is funded through local contributions from the member cities. And so in this budget, and you'll see it on the summary of major budget changes, this current year FY24 proposed budget has an additional $400,000 in it for the work of the RTA. And again, that will conclude alternatives analysis studies for all of the corridors that were just pictured. Okay, so getting into some of the budget numbers, you can find the public transportation and parking department budget on pages C-147 through C-156. And this is an appropriate time to remind council that the budget numbers that I will share with you on the slides are different than the budget numbers that are included in your budget book. And the reason for that is the slides will have the entire COTPA Trust budget. So that's the total resources that are required to provide public transportation and parking services within our community. A big portion of those resources comes from the city's general fund, but we also have other funding sources such as parking fees, fare revenue, federal grant revenue that really make up that overall COTPA budget. So to give you a better picture of the total resources for parking and transit services, we generally always focus on the COTPA budget. And so the COTPA budget, which will be going to the COTPA board in June, is a total of $61.5 million. And you can see the different lines of business or family of services, if you will, broke out on the pie graph. Probably no surprise that our bus transit makes up the biggest portion of our budget at $43.6 million. That does include a total of about $4 million for the rapid BRT, and so that is included in FY24. Two other things that I want to point out here on this slide is you'll see $3.7 million roughly for Norman bus operations. And so you may wonder, why is Norman bus operations included in the COTPA budget? Just as a reminder, we as a trust do provide bus service for the city of Norman. That service is provided on a full cost recovery. So there's no city general fund dollars that go into providing that service. So although we budget $3.7 million for those operational costs, when we get to the revenues, you'll see a revenue source from the city of Norman where they basically pay for all of that service, plus a slight markup basically just to cover the overhead costs, if you will. And then the last comment on the COTPA budget is just to remind council that the parking budget is financially self-sufficient. There's no general fund money that goes into the off-street parking budget. The revenues that parkers pay to the system support the expenses and also allow for funding to be put into capital reserves. All right, so in terms of funding sources, where's the revenue come from to support those expenses that I just shared? For off-street parking, you can see that almost half of our revenues come from our monthly contract parkers. So these are individuals that basically lease parking spaces from us in a garage on a monthly basis. Generally, it's for employers, people that work downtown, but you can see event revenue and daily transient revenue are also big portions of the revenue stream at 22% of our revenue derived from events and 27% derived from daily parkers. And then finally, the next slide here gives you a sense of the funding sources that go into supporting all of our public transit operations. And so again, I mentioned that the city's general fund, I should say, is a significant contributor to the funding of public transportation. You can see the total city contribution at $36.7 million. Federal grants are the next biggest portion of the pie, if you will, at about 8.6. Our fare revenue, our fares that we charge generate about $2.5 million. We do receive, or we have programmed in our operating budget, about $1 million from the state. And then there's that Norman revenue that I mentioned, where they basically pay COTPA for the services provided. Here's a look at our budget, thinking of comparing FY23 to FY24. You can see that our total budget is increased by about 13%. I won't go through all of the categories there with you, but you can take a quick look, and again, probably no surprise that the largest increase is in our bus transit service, and that is due, primarily to the $4 million, or $4 million in total, $2 million that we added again this year to complete standing up the operations of bus rapid transit. And then the general fund contribution is highlighted there at the bottom, just as an information item from council. It did increase by 27%. And on the summary of major changes, you'll get a sense of where some of those increases came from. I believe that takes us to our next slide. So as far as major budget changes go, there is an additional $2 million proposed for FY24 for standing up the rapid BRT service. This includes 16 COTPA employees. We're also proposing an additional $1.9 million as a restoration for CARES Act revenue. Again, I won't get into all the details, but when COTPA received CARES money back during the pandemic, we reduced the general fund subsidy, and we've slowly, incrementally been building or restoring, I should say, that temporary funding. That was a temporary funding strategy. We've now exhausted all of that CARES Act revenue, and so this additional 1.9 basically makes COTPA whole, if you will, as far as general fund revenue. Increased streetcar operating costs of about $500,000. Our fuel costs, no surprise, have increased by about $450,000. There's the additional funding I had mentioned related to the RTA of $400,000. I had shared with you momentarily ago what we're doing in terms of enhancing bus stop cleaning and traffic signal priorities, so that's $366,000. The business development position that I mentioned, and an additional municipal accountant 3 to help us with financial management, $242,000, and then some increases in river cruise operations and an additional meter technician to help us not only with the parking meters, but the ticket vending machines along the streetcar route and the bus rapid transit route. And so with that, I'd like to close out with a video. And I believe it was back in March, City Council recognized Transit Professional Appreciation Day. And so we have a video that we wanted to share with you that we, as an executive team and management team, shared with all of our employees. Soon after the day of recognition here at Council Chambers, we kicked off our series of coordinates meetings. So this is like an all hands on deck meeting format where we meet with all employees, bring them in, kind of tell them what's going on with the organization. And so we shared this video with them, so I thought you might appreciate that as we wrap up the presentation.
We appreciate you today and every day, but especially we are marking our calendars to appreciate you on March 18th. Thank you for all that you do. We're very grateful for it, and we'd love to hear a few words from you, Jason, on behalf of the team.
It's truly an honor to be able to serve the residents of Oklahoma City in their public transportation needs. It's certainly an honor for this council to recognize all of our transit professionals in this way. And speaking of recognition, each one of the transit professionals that has joined us today have been nominated by their supervisor and their peers for representing Embark's core values, those core values to be safe, be there, be open, and be kind. And although we have a small collection of our transit professionals here today, it should be noted that we have hundreds of transit professionals each day answering the phone, scheduling trips, maintaining our buses, operating our buses, and it's truly our entire organization that is helping us move forward in reaching our vision to be world-class transportation, accessible to all, and all want to access it. And so thank you all very much for everything that you do, and thank you, Council and Mayor, for recognizing us.
I appreciate that the bus give us free chance to get on the bus with free rides and stuff like that, and I appreciate the bus. I really do.
Just the ease of use, the convenience, not really having to pay for oil changes and gas.
For me, it keeps me getting to work. I've been riding the bus for 18 years. And I'm able to get my bike to work rather than locking it up somewhere along the route. Riding the bus gives me independence that I wouldn't have if I was stuck at home.
The fact that I can't drive, this actually opens up the city for somebody in a wheelchair like this. That's everything.
When you don't have proper transportation, it's there for you. And I really appreciate that because I'm in that situation right now. So thank you, Embark.
Let's hear it for our Embark team.
All right, so thank you for that. Happy to answer any questions. And before I forget, I wanted to recognize Ty Holly here, the great work that you see on this presentation, and really just about anything you see from Embark that looks like it's been professionally done. It's Ty Holly that does that work. So happy to answer any questions.
A couple of questions. First of all, I love the branding on the BRT, the Rapid. What a great name. Second, I want to congratulate you on a 78% service satisfaction rating. That's outstanding. That's really good. The one thing that kind of jumped out at me, if you look at page C148, it states that the public transportation and parking departments total budget increased by 39.49%. You compare that with fire at 11% total budget increase and police at 2.64% increase of their total budget. I'm not sure I completely understand the cause of that. Is it because of some one-time expenditures, for example, the BRT? And then what is the source of funding for this increase?
Yeah, so the budget book document is the city funds, if you will. So the percentage increase is a little bit different than what I just mentioned, but to get to your question, one is we added $2 million for, I mean, if you think about it, the general fund subsidy alone went up approximately $8 million, I think. And so we had like $2 million of that for bus rapid transit. Again, we added almost $2 million, really kind of as a one-time add back to restore that CARES funding. We had, I think, actually reduced the general fund subsidy several years ago by about $9 million, and we've kind of been building that back up. So that's kind of a one-time thing. And then really the list of summary of major budget changes that I went through, where we have like $400,000 for the RTA, about $450,000 in fuel. Those make up that additional $8 million, if you will, of general fund subsidy. And then I think the other piece that we didn't talk about, because it's really not in the operating budget, if you will, but if you look at the section that lists out summary of expenditure by funding source, this is on page C150, you can see about $2.2 million in CIP. And so between the things that I shared with and the summary of major changes, and then $2.2 million in CIP, I mean, all of a sudden you're at over $10 million, and that's how you get to that 39%. It's a significant amount, no doubt.
I guess the thing that I'm trying to focus on, is this going to be reoccurring? Can we anticipate to have that in future budgets or with some of this one-time expenditures?
Yeah, so I would not expect this type of growth moving forward, but I do believe the budget that's proposed, aside from the capital improvement fund that I just mentioned, is probably our new base.
Yeah, it's the base. It's not going to decrease in the future.
Right.
Okay, all right. And then as far as the RTA, the $400,000 payment that we made, what about our partners? Are they contributing also?
Yeah, they are, and actually, if there's one item, look back up to your other question, if there's one item that might fluctuate, may go down, is that RTA funding, because this is kind of, we've been on a 4-year plan with the RTA, and this is kind of the culmination, that 4th year where all of the plans are being completed, so it's kind of our most expensive year. But to your point about other cities contributing, yeah, it's on a proportionate share though. So the way those local contributions are determined is basically based on population. So their amounts all increase significantly also, but between the other 2 participating cities, it was probably around 400,000 between the 2. I mean,
just to kind of establish a timeline, we're waiting on word about federal funding. Are we looking at a year? Do we find something out? 2 years? What's the timeline?
Yeah, so I'll speak very generally because it will be a policy decision. There's two points, if you will, that we'll have to have policy decision on. What I can tell you though is that the work that the RTA is doing by approximately this time next year, looking at the start of fiscal year 25, the RTA will be in a position to submit an application to the FTA requesting funding for commuter rail. Now, the caveat to that is we'll also have to have a plan in place to come up with the local share of that project, which means we'd have to have a dedicated funding source for transit. So that's where the policy decision comes in. So work will be complete, and the RTA will basically have done as much as it can do until a dedicated tax is approved by about this time next year.
All right, thank you for your help.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. Ooh.
Can we go back to the slide that's the BRT route, please?
I think it's there you go, that one?
Yes. Council, here's where I need your help. So make sure visually you're looking at that Northwest Expressway Class M corridor. Earlier in my opening remarks, I mentioned kind of how the Paseo developed originally, and I called it a streetcar suburb. So where I'm gonna need help in the next bond is with some continuing infrastructure investments, but also housing, and here's why. So I'm reading from governing.com, which is as clear-cut, like policy-minded as you can imagine. But what they called a streetcar suburb, they mentioned here, they weren't dominated by single-family homes, as many American suburbs are today. Instead, these neighborhoods typically had mixed-use layouts, incorporating a combination of commercial properties, multifamily buildings, and single-family houses. Developers placed commercial properties at streetcar intersections. Residents could easily run errands at their local grocery stores, banks, cleaners, and drugstores on their way to or from the city. Most homes were only a 5 to 10 minute walk from one of these streetcar intersections. Developers typically built a combination of multi-unit and single-family homes, making the streetcar suburb accessible to families with a variety of incomes. Streetcar suburbs like Somerville outside of Boston became well known for their triple-decker homes. The facade of a triple-decker, it's hard to say, triple-decker, looked similar to a single-family home, but each building had 3 family units within. These structures allowed lower middle-class families to more easily purchase a slice of suburbia. When I look at this route where the BRT is going, it is along our old streetcar route. Always remember that. Like the streetcar went, right, up Chartel, Classen, 23rd, up to present-day Northwest Expressway. So that means neighborhoods like Paseo, Military Park, Central Park, Putnam Heights, Helm Farm. These neighborhoods were built, designed by developers the way I just described. They were always and forever meant to be connected by public transportation. And so when you all have heard me for the last 4 years advocate for public transportation, it's because that is our ward's history. It's just that easy. And that's why residents, even if they're younger, they know it in their bones that this is what this area is supposed to be, well connected with everything I just described. Sidewalks, bike lanes, trees, so that when you're walking to the public transportation, there's shade covering you. This is vital. Jeremy just came in the room, and he is a major advocate for exactly what I am talking about. And I'm sure if he were up here, he would tell you why. It's why he always is on my Instagram or my Facebook saying, like, good, say more of this. But council, where I need your help going into the bond is I don't think we can rely, and I heard Matt Hinkle, Councilman Hinkle earlier, when your remarks, you thanked developers. I would love your help then, and Todd, Councilman Stonecipher, those of you who feel you're connected to our developer community, help me meet this vision, because somewhere in the private sector, we're not meeting this vision. All along Classen and Northwest Expressway should be this sort of infill development. 23rd and Classen, for instance, is a shame to me because you have these wide open parking lots for Classen and CVS. Why? That should be as it was once upon a time what the streetcar intersection was, where residents could easily run errands at grocery stores, banks, cleaners, and drugstores. That whole corner should be that. 31st and Classen, where the next BRT station, we're across the street from Red Cup, there's a whole wide open property right there. It should be this. Expressway and Blackwelder should be this. Every one of those upcoming BRT stations has the potential for transit-oriented development, for infill that is mixed-use layouts in a combination of commercial properties, multifamily buildings, and single-family housing. And that's been missing. The private sector has not met the supply and demand that it needs to. We have a demand for housing, and it hasn't met it. And so I am ready over the next 2 years as we craft the bond, what economic tools do we need to put in place to make this a reality? Because my people are asking for it. They're really worried about rising rents and not enough homes where they can live. So when I look at this, I just really wanted to bring home Jason's presentation to Ward 2 and to the council. This is why you hear me advocating for housing and mixed-use developments. I don't have all the answers on how we can get there, but I need your help doing it. And I think city government has a role to play here, because when you read this governing article, the reason why the streetcars failed is because city government didn't fund them. And that's the problem. So when I hear Councilor Stonecipher, when you talk about the increase in the budget, this is getting us to where we should have always been. We should have always been funding services at this level when it comes to public transportation, and we could be doing even more. And so we're decades behind, but look at the great work, 78% satisfaction rate. They have squeezed, Embark has squeezed every last blood from the last turnip to get us to where we are. And we can't take our foot off of the bus gas pedal going forward. That's it. That's all I got.
Excellent.
I mean it.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. Next up, Chief Kelly will present the fire department budget.
Well, good morning, Vice Mayor, City Council, Mr. City Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Richard Kelly, the Fire Chief. Really appreciate this opportunity to present the FY24 budget for the fire department. The final product that we're going to present here today is obviously an incredible team effort. I really appreciate the Office of Management and Budget, specifically Tara Taylor and her help with the fire department. It's not easy working with a bunch of firefighters, and I appreciate that. Also like to thank Clint Regier, our business manager, who does outstanding work every day dealing with budget items, but also you'll see the great work that he did today on the presentation as we come forward. I would also like to encourage you, if you want to follow along in the budget book, we're going to start on page C53 for the fire department budget. Before I get started, I would definitely like to introduce the command staff and leadership of the Oklahoma City Fire Department. They're the individuals that work tirelessly every day to make sure our residents are served, protected, and accounted for every day. As I introduce you, please stand up. Deputy Chief Harold Thompson is our fire marshal. Deputy Chief Mike Walker is the Chief of Operations. Deputy Chief Shane Smiley is our Support Services Deputy. Battalion Chief Trent Williams, our Health and Safety Officer. And then Battalion Chief Scott Douglas is our Public Relations and Marketing. Thank you again. We'll get started with our mission statement and what we strive to serve for every day. And the mission of the fire department is to provide emergency response, fire prevention, and public education services to the Oklahoma City community so they can have their lives and properties protected. Our mission statement is respond quickly, safely, courteously, meet the need. You'll see today through the goal of the fire department is to ensure the city council priority of safe, secure, and thriving neighborhoods is accomplished. And we really believe this year you'll see a focus in our budget allocation and additional requests for programs and services where we really strive to accomplish that. This kind of gives you just a generalized overview of the fire department. We do have 3 major divisions within the fire department. And that's our operational services, our support services, and our fire prevention services. You can see underneath that the deputy chiefs are in charge of those divisions. And then we have our administrative services, where our executive leadership. And we'll get more detail in the budget process as we go along about each of the divisions. This right here gives you a map, and this is a map by ward, but it gives you a layout of the coverage of the Oklahoma City Fire Department. I would like to note fire station number 38 out southwest. We're very close to opening that station. Hopefully sometime this summer we'll have that open. We do have the engine company that is in service at station 33, and you can see it is in that general vicinity and responding to calls in that area. We want to get that engine company in service so they could actually start learning the area, start seeing the needs of that community, and really starting to address that location in the city. You'll note that we do serve our community with 39 engine companies. We do have one of our fire stations is double staffed, and that's our Fire Station 1 downtown. 13 ladder trucks, 16 brush pumpers, and that's what we respond to on our wildland urban interface fires. Like we seen a couple weeks ago, that's really makes a big difference in our being able to get off road and be able to attack those fires. We serve out of 6 battalions, and we have 6 tankers. As you all are fully aware, we have a large portion of our city that does not have hydrants, and so therefore those 3,000-gallon tankers are extremely important in providing that service. We have 2 light rescues that we basically run our water rescue capabilities out of, a hazmat, a heavy rescue, the water rescue unit, and a utility unit. This right here gets into our expenditures and positions by fund, and as was talked about earlier a little bit on the increase of the fire department, you can see from FY23 to FY24, we went from 161 positions in our budget from last year to our proposed budget this year of 1,111 positions. That's an increase of 11.91%, and I'll go over how you'll be able to see those increases on the left here. Our general fund positions that we have are 850 positions, and that out of that fund is $125 million. And then our fire sales tax fund, which is our public safety sales tax fund, is 221 positions at $56 million. And then our MAPS 4 use tax fund is $28.5 million, and that is what we do our vehicle replacement with. And what were the challenges that we're seeing in every type of industry is the supply and demand. We actually have multiple units that are on purchase orders right now that we're waiting to receive. Kind of give you a couple examples. We have 7 engines on order that we won't receive. That's our primary frontline engine companies. We won't receive until 2025. And we have 3 ladder companies on order that we won't receive until 2024. So a lot of these funds are encumbered for multi-years, so that's why that is such a significant increase in that area. And then we have $4.2 million in our medical services fund for 40 positions. I'll get a little bit more detail on that here in a minute, and that is our supplemental EMS service transport that we'll talk about. And then we have our capital improvement fund, which is not any positions, but that's our CIP funds that we have $2.4 million for Fire Station 31. That's our project at 800 North Rockwell that will be rebuilding a new station there. It's a rebuild. And then we have $1.3 million for individual sleeping quarters and remodels to try to really make those more up to date in what we're trying to do in our services to the public. Kind of get into the major budget changes that we have this year. The first one you'll see is the $4.5 million, which is 4.49, which is general fund and fire sales tax. And this is really just same level service, the increases we have without adding any additional staff. So this accounts for our personnel costs, salaries, merit increases, retirement, and health insurance. So that is just a normal doing business, the same business that we provided last year. And then we have our 40 positions that we're adding for equipment, supplies, to implement our supplemental medical transport within the fire department. And that's $4.2 million in the medical services fund. And the next slide, I'll get a little bit more detailed in that area. But the key in that component is supplemental. And I'm going to talk about that as we move to the next slide. When we were working with IMSA, we wanted to work in collaboration. So this is a partnership, not a competition. So we're really focused on how do we serve our residents of the community, make sure that we have a backup service plan to provide EMS services. But when we sat down and had discussions, Deputy Chief Walker was working with her leadership team. The focus was how can we help them? How can we provide the best service to our residents? And they identified 4 major areas that they felt that they struggled in their response times. And a lot of it, you can look at traffic flow and different reasons for that. But we came upon these 4 different stations that we felt was important to provide 24-hour service at these fire stations. And one is Fire Station 9, which is Southwest 1400 Southwest 89th. Fire Station 21, which is right off I-44 on 29th Street, southwest side. Fire Station 22, which is 333 Northwest 92nd. And Fire Station 34 is 8617 North Council. Recognize that these may be in different locations within the city, but the priority in that, again, is to supplement services to IMSA and really effectively provide those services in tough-to-reach areas. So that's our goal in working collaboration together. Couldn't get that out, sorry about that. But if you look at the way the program's laid out, we actually will have 16 EMT basics. Those are basically the drivers of the vehicles. They'll actually be able to, they have the medical training. And then we have 17 paramedics who will provide advanced life support training, trained personnel on those ambulances. And then we'll have 4 EMS supervisors. And then we'll have also increasing our community advocacy program. I've talked a little bit about that before. But these personnel deal with high volume users. And their goal is to really work with the underserved populations, and our goal is to connect them to services and resources, because many times what we find is the only resource they have is to call 911. You know, that's their medical resource that they have, and these CAP personnel really want to focus on connecting them with the right services. So really excited about being able to add those type of services back in the program. So again, we'll have 4 units. They'll operate 12-hour shifts, so that's why you see 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. That's why we have 4 supervisors, and there'll be 2 shifts, and that's how it's laid out. And then we have additional major budget changes, and these are areas to add new protective or additional personal protective equipment, firefighting tools and equipment, and replace our self-contained breathing apparatus. We're coming on our 10-year life of our self-contained breathing apparatus. So we're going to add $2 million in that, which we already have $2 million in the budget. So it's about a total of a $4 million project to replace those SCBAs, and hopefully we'll be able to replace those by the end of this calendar year. And then we're adding additional funds for construction of our new facilities improvement in existing facilities. We've been fortunate to have a great relationship with General Services. They have a fire, as we got last year in the budget, was able to add a fire station renovation team. So our goal is really just to stay up to date on our fire stations, make sure that we have good resources available to our personnel that work there. They basically live there for 24 hours. So we're increasing some of the funding in that area. And then we're also increasing some of our funding for our wellness program. And I'll talk about that as I get into one of the positions we're adding to our wellness program. And then it was talked about earlier, we are adding 6 uniformed firefighter positions to reduce callback overtime. That's one area that we focus every year to minimize our callback overtime and also assure that we maintain our apparatus and service and provide the best services to our community. So that's one area that we're focused on, and we'll continue to focus on that every year. And then we're adding, this kind of builds on that as well, we're adding funds for our recruit overage program to have fully trained personnel in place so they can fill those vacant firefighter positions. And we actually hire above our allotted budget numbers, and we utilize that fire sales tax to do that. Therefore, we can manage our overtime, and we can also assure those apparatus stay in service. And we're adding an additional $500,000 of that. We already have $1.5 million in fire sales tax, so we're adding $500,000 additional dollars. The next one, we're adding 4 fire logistics to address our increased workload and also to support our gear cleaning program. One area we're focusing on is our contamination reduction program. And so, for example, when we make a structure fire, currently we decon at the scene, but the personnel leave in the same structural firefighting gear they have, and you have those carcinogens that does adsorb to the gear. What we're going to be able to do in this situation on all structure fires, we'll respond out when we have personnel that are contaminated. We'll be able to actually give them a clean set of gear on scene. We'll take that back, that gear, and it'll be clean within 24 to 48 hours and return that back to them. So the goal of this is obviously to have a healthier workforce and reduce those carcinogen exposures to our personnel. So we're really excited for that opportunity. And we're also increasing one of our a clerk, inventory clerk to our staffing, and that's just with the challenges that we have with EMS and a lot of different supplies to be able to maintain that inventory and be able to do the best job we can. We're also increasing information and technology, our IT budget. We're all, sometimes you wonder, fire and water and computers may not mix too well, but we're very involved in the technology side of what we do every day. So we're really adding some dollars there to increase what we're doing and providing services through that. And that'll be out of the fire sales tax. And then we're adding $150,000 to our maintenance costs, and that's just our vehicle maintenance that we have and that's a general fund item that we're adding. And then the challenges that we all have is funding for fuel cost increases. We're adding $105,000 out of the general fund. And this is something I'm really excited about. We're adding a battalion chief of administration, and we're adding a wellness coordinator. And we actually are doing some changes in our budget. We're actually deleting 2 positions. We're deleting a sergeant lieutenant that was a wellness coordinator and adding back a civilian athletic trainer, and I'll talk about that real quick. And then we're also adding a battalion chief administration. We're deleting an office specialist that we'll have, and that way an office assistant. But the goal of that battalion chief administration will kind of be my assistant. They will be helping out in a lot of things that go on every day within the fire department, that have an understanding of our everyday operations and that institutional knowledge. And then they'll also be managing some new programs that we put in place that are, we're really starting to grow the wellness program, but they'll be over our peer support programs and also our licensed professional counselor that we added last year. And they'll also be over professional qualifications specialists. And that specialist provides our investigations anytime we have an internal investigations. They also do our promotional testing, and they also are looking at our future of accreditation for the fire department. And then we're adding an athletic trainer, which actually is a healthcare professional who works with the physician to be able to provide the best services to our firefighters. If we look at it, our firefighters are industrial athletes, and we need to make sure they're in peak performance. So the goal of that is to make sure that, as we have those injuries that are off the job, not OJI related, but off the job, they can work them, help them rehab in those areas, but also through our wellness programs to assure that our firefighters are at peak performance through our wellness program that we have in place. So really excited for the opportunity to add that athletic trainer. The next area we're going to look at is just some strategic results so you can see what we're able to accomplish every day with our budgets that we have. We take this very serious. One of the areas that we really look at is our response time. The community looks at how quick do we get services when we call 911. We track this every year. This is our 7-minute response time. We look at 7 minutes or less 70% of the time, and that's the time from 911's picked up till we arrive on scene. We did see that in FY22, we were the first time we ever got to 70%. We had a little bit dip, what's going to look like this year, but next year we'll be focused on a stretch goal to try to move us in a positive direction, try to reach that out higher than that 70%. Now, some of the challenges that we have is obviously we look at the size of our city, the traffic management flow that we have to look at nowadays, but we're going to look at every way we can to address this. And you can also see this curve. We're seeing that increase in call volume. What we're averaging over the last 5 years, is about 5% increase every year. So that's what we're seeing, and that increase in call volume on average is about 5%. We actually make more incident responses than this. This only accounts for when those incidents that we actually arrive on scene. So we actually see about 92 to 93,000 responses last year, and these are actually the incidents that we account for that we arrive on scene. The next one is one that we always focus on, and that's the safety and security of our residents. Obviously, the first thing we look at is fire fatalities. We would love for this number to be 0, and that's our focus every year that we look at is to be 0. Unfortunately, we know when we're dealing with the challenges we have in the world we live in, that is sometimes hard to accomplish, but we still want to make sure that we're below the national average. So what we do is NFPA every year puts out the number of fatalities we have in the U.S., and we're able to calculate that formula, and it comes out to basically this year it was 1.15 per 100,000 population. That was what the average was in the U.S. We want to be below that. So our goal every year is to be below that number. This year we're on a count to be below that. We're at 5. Unfortunately, you see last year we was above that at 10, but our goal is to always be below that. So we really focus in that area. And you can also see last year was the first year we started accounting for our rescues. This is something that I'm extremely proud of. Our personnel have this focus when we arrive on structure fires to really go in and rescue people, and that obviously is our job, but they really maintain this focus, and it's something we train hard and we account, and we actually track those. Not very many departments track these, and we're really proud that we do. Last year we had 29, and we're on pace this year to have 14. And, sometimes we would obviously like that number to be low with the fire fatalities because that means that we're not having fires where we have to rescue people. But we still take that very seriously, and we want to track that and show the great work our men and women are doing every day. When we get into our fire lines of business, we're going to talk about the major areas of the fire department. And the first one we're going to get into is administration. Now you see administration, we have 42 positions at $17.7 million. The first one I'd like to highlight there is our executive leadership, and this is our highly trained administrative staff that we have. These are human resource professionals, fire IT personnel, as well as the departmental leadership. So that accounts for 38 positions at $17.2 million. And then we have our public relations and marketing, and they do an outstanding job. They're the face of the fire department. They're the ones that work hard to build our brand, is what we say every day, to see the positive work that the men and women are doing with the fire department, but also our involvement in the community and how we work well with the community. And we're right now we have about 115,000 social media followers, and it's growing every day, and they're working hard to do that, so we were getting our message out. And there's a lot of different accounts. I'm not a social media person, so I don't want to go down a road that you would ask me questions about. I have experts here that can help, but that's something that we're really proud of. We're really trying to grow and be able to tell our message. I talked about this earlier, but I wanted to bring this up as a highlight, and this is an administrative highlight. We've had a lot of staff and a lot of personnel working in this area, and the focus in this as a highlight is really the collaborative effort. Our focus in this is to make sure that we're assisting IMSA to provide the highest level of service to our community. That's all this is about. We work together in that. To kind of let you know how this will operate, we will work on IMSA's dispatch, what they call their computer-aided dispatch. So all of our ambulances will be dispatched through IMSA. And the focus on that is we don't want some competition when you call 911. We want the closest unit to come and provide services. So working within their CAD, you will still get the residents of our community will still get the closest ambulance to respond on these calls. So there's no competition there. It's a collaborative effort working together. So you always get the closest advanced life support EMS transport unit responding. Patient care will continue to be at the highest level, as already mandated by our medical director, Dr. Goodlow, the medical control board, and obviously that's the expectation of our residents as well as you all as city council. So we understand that, how important that is. We maintain that high level. And then the goal of this, again, is a supplemental EMS program will also ensure that we have a safety net in any time that we might need something. So that's important in that collaborative effort of working together. Next, I'd like to highlight the operational services, and that's under Deputy Chief Mike Walker. And this is the largest division of our fire department at 985 positions. The first one I'd like to highlight there is our emergency medical services. And you can see how it's broken down in the budget of the $95 million compared to the fire suppression operations. Basically, it's accounted for under emergency service. This is what we do every day, the bread and butter that we respond to on these medical emergencies where we're first response with EMS services. This will not change the focus. Adding EMS transport will not change the focus of what we do every day. But this accounts for about 70% of our call volume. So if you can see that, 70% of the general fund budget comes out of that at $95 million at 653 positions. That's how it's broken down. And then your fire suppression area, which accounts for about 30%. Now that also includes structure fires, car fires, grass and trash fires, hazardous materials incidents, water rescues, and other incidents. That's about 30% of our calls. So that accounts for $42.7 million at 292 positions. And then as we talked about a little bit earlier, again, adding the medical services, these will be civilian positions that will be under the fire department. These 40 positions, as I said earlier, at $4.2 million will be underneath the fire department as civilian personnel. And this is something I'm extremely proud of as one of the operational service highlights. We are actually, as a fire department, working again in collaboration with IMSA, we're providing a whole blood program, which there's only one of 5 in the U.S. that's actually doing this. So we actually carry whole blood on 2 of our units, our battalion chief of EMS and our medical officer who responds out of Station 1. They actually carry whole blood, and that allows us to be able to give these properties in the field that make a difference in life or death in traumatic incidents. This is something that, unfortunately, war is a tough area, but we've learned through war how to treat people and how to treat traumatic injuries. And what the military's learned is this works. And we modeled this after San Antonio Fire, who this year gave their 1,000th unit in the field. So they've been doing this and very successful at it. And obviously, if you know much about San Antonio, there's 5 bases around the San Antonio area, so they have a great working relationship with the military. And that's something we took from them, and we're really excited that we have that here. To date, we've had 15 incidents where we actually administered in the field with 16 units. So we're really excited to see that take place in our community. IMSA also carries 1 unit of blood on their supervisor unit. So there's 3 units of blood carried around the city full-time, 24/7. Also, operational highlight, just, we really appreciate the support, but, when we had the tornadic event a couple weeks ago, we actually sent our OKTF-1 to the recent tornado event in Shawnee, and that was an area, again, of operational that you all support every year, and we appreciate the opportunity to provide services outside our community. Then our support services under Deputy Chief Shane Smiley. And first highlight we'll have is our dispatch, our fire dispatch. These individuals are extremely dedicated. I'm really excited to see what's happened in our dispatch work section. We have 15 dispatchers, 1 public safety communications liaison. They work very hard. Matter of fact, over the last several years, we've been recognized many times nationally because they've taken a very proactive approach in our structure fire incidents, and they've actually played a very significant role in rescuing some trapped individuals inside structure fires. So we appreciate the great work they do every year. We have 14, again, 0.65 positions in that at $2.2 million. And then our logistics and facilities maintenance. Again, we have, if you look at our facilities and our fleet that we have probably one of the best fleets in the U.S., and that's, again, the support that we get from you all every year. Thank you for that. But we have great people that are dedicated. We have 7 full-time mechanics, a lot of individuals that are also important in our areas of tool and equipment distribution. Again, as we talked a little bit about gear cleaning earlier, we have our own in-house gear cleaning and repair. So we do all repairs, advanced inspections, and cleaning of all our gear. So that's very proud of the work they do. And then we also have a facilities manager that works very well with general services. We work in collaboration there, again, internally. And we have 38 fire stations and 42 total work sites that we have to take care of. And they do great work in making sure our fire stations are ready to go to serve our community every day. One of the highlights I would like to have here is our tethered drones. This is really neat to be able to take technology and utilize that to assist us and be able to get real-time feedback on a scene. The nice thing about these tethered drones, they meet FAA certification, so you don't have to actually have a pilot with them being tethered. You can just push a button. The drones go up, then go up to 150 feet. They base off the wind. So if you got too much wind, as we do in Oklahoma, they'll actually come down a little bit till they can get an area they can operate in. They also have a camera as well as an infrared thermal imaging camera on that, and we can also simulcast that so they can send it to command staff if they're back at the command post, or to our command post incident commanders on scene. So it's really great technology that we have. So really great to have that in service. The next thing I'd like to get into is our fire prevention services under Deputy Chief Harold Thompson. They do great work in our fire marshal's office, and this is one area that we look at as really that proactive response. So, their goal is to try to keep our fire apparatus from rolling out the door every day, and they work very hard in that. One area is code compliance, and currently we have 16 personnel in code compliance. We have 6 district inspectors, 4 new construction inspectors, 3 apartment inspectors, 1 hotel inspector, 1 high-rise inspector, and 1 special events. And there's a lot of different areas. If you look at those last ones I brought up, those are what we call our high-risk commercial properties, and that's where we have a lot of potential for life loss, and they really focus on that, and they do a great job of making sure we do those inspections and everyone's operating in a safe manner. And we have 19 positions in there for $3 million in the budget. And then we have our fire investigators who they do great work. They're really dedicated to what they do. We operate 4 different shifts, 12 total, 3 on each shift, and they're doing a great job of trying to identify when we have some type of event where we have an arson, and they can be able to do great work in doing the investigation in that area. And then we have our public safety education. We're really kind of reframing that and formatting that, calling it community risk reduction, CRR. And these individuals are dedicated to make sure that our community is educated. And it's not just fire safety anymore, it's life safety. Everything we deal with, some falls and trips and all different types of hazards that we deal with every day. And their goal is to just reduce any type of potential injuries, obviously starting in the school-age children all the way up to seasoned adults. One of the areas we like to highlight, really using technology again in the area of making sure that we can provide inspection services that are streamlined, that we get as our customer, when we're doing inspections, they're our customer, to make sure that we get real-time feedback back to the customer so we can help them in any way if they have deficiencies, to address those deficiencies. But more importantly, to make sure the buildings that our community is going into and out of every day are safe. And that's our goal and focus in that area. And they do a great work in fire prevention. So overall, that kind of gives you an overview of our FY24 budget. We do have some goals and objectives we'd like to accomplish this year. One is to develop a 20-year master plan for fire department deployment and support programs. We recognize the city's growing at a rapid pace, and we want to make sure as a fire department we have a plan in place to grow with that and make sure that we provide the effective services that we can every day. And that's our goal, and that we want to develop a 20-year master plan for that. We want to implement our EMS supplemental program that I talked about. Again, it's work with IMSA and leadership of IMSA. We still have some things that we'll have to work through in that area, contract with them, and then an operational plan that'll have to be approved. We're working hard in that area. We'll be very close to that. And then we're going to improve our work processes. And this is a lot about what we learned from the gauge, is really how do we communicate with our customers internally. And this is a focus we want to have, as work processes, dashboards, so they can see the great work they're doing, or maybe even show an area that they can improve, and it's right there in front of them. So we want to create dashboard opportunities for that. And also an opportunity to create department-wide communication. As I said earlier, we have 38 different fire stations, 42 different work sites. Communication sometimes can be a challenge, and we want to make sure that we're communicating effectively from the top, from the bottom up. So we want to increase that, and we're looking at that through the development of an outward-facing fire web platform. When I say outward-facing, it's really internal, but it's outward-facing where employees can get on it anytime, anywhere. The challenge is now they have to be inside the network. We want to make this where it's across those boundaries where they can get on it anytime, anywhere, and be able to get real-time access. And then we want to complete a review to determine the roadmap for our CPSE, which is our Center for Public Safety Excellence accreditation. That's one thing we're working toward. We're doing a lot of steps in that direction, but we want to review that, see what does it really take, the roadmap to get there. And then we want to award a contract for Fire Station 31. That's big on what we want to do. We want to rebuild and begin construction of that, and purchase land for Fire Station 10 and Fire Station 31. And those are all 2017 GO bond projects that we want to get moving in that area. With that, I want to thank you again for your support of public safety and what you do every year to support us, and I'll entertain any questions.
I just wanted to commend you on a 7-minute response time with a 70% rating. That's outstanding. And then also I want to compliment you on being one of 5 in the United States with the San Antonio Blood Program. That's cutting edge, it's on the front edge, and that's good to see. The question I had was page C-55, number 2 under the major budget changes. Oh, sorry.
C-55?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 40 positions.
Yes, sir.
As far as housing, the personnel and the equipment, how is that done and where will that be done?
Yes, sir. As I was going through the fire stations that we're going to respond out of, they will actually house in those fire stations.
Okay.
That Station 9, which is on 89th Street, Station 21 on 29th Street, 22, which is up north off Britton Road, and 34, which is off Council. They'll actually run out of those fire stations. So they'll actually house there, work there. The ambulance, that'll be their base of operations. I'll tell you with the challenge, we know in the call volume and where they'll probably be there very little of the time, but that will be where they actually house up. We'll have 4 supervisors that will actually house out of our headquarters. That way they can work with our shift commanders and make sure that everything's staffed every day, and make sure that we'll have a lot of challenges that we'll have to look at, is making sure we stay up to date on our paperwork and all our run reports, and that there are some different challenges when you're providing EMS training. They'll house out of Station 1.
And then also in number 2, that you use the defined term medical transport program.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us the full definition of that to make sure I understand it?
Yes, sir. Basically, it's an ambulance that's designed to work within fire to transport patients just like IMSA does.
Yeah.
If you look at it, we won't do anything different than what IMSA is providing. We'll just be 4 additional units to supplement the program they have. So if they have 30 units on the street, we'll have 4. That'll make 34 units. And the whole goal of that is to assist with challenges that we're seeing nationwide with recruitment, retention, and EMS programs. We just want to be a partner in that and assist them in any way we can.
Thanks for being a partner.
And this will all be dispatched with IMSA.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
IMSA will handle all the
It'll all be in their
dispatch. It'll be in
CAD. So
conjunction.
that way, when you get that response, they look at it, it'll recommend the closest ambulance to that call to meet the needs. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chief, thanks for your presentation. A couple of things. Glad to hear that 13s is going to be rebuilt over there. I've been
Yes, sir.
in there a few times. It's
Yes, sir.
pretty rough. Any update on the new training facility?
Yes, sir. Eric Winger, I don't want to speak for Eric, but he's been working with us very hard. He's working on some things through the property and the land and all of that. We're trying to finalize the footprint of what it looks like there, but I believe it's come along. We're obviously have a few hurdles we're working through, but it's starting to move.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, Chief.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Next up, Chief Gorley with the Police Department budget.
While Sergeant Carter's loading this up, I'll just have you refer to your budget book. Our presentation, our budget starts on C-137. And again, while she's loading that up too, I'll introduce my staff that's here with me today, my deputy chiefs. First off is Deputy Chief Fashina Butler. She's over Operations North, also has Police Community Relations and our campus resources, school resource officers. Deputy Chief Jason Clifton is over investigations and the lab. My executive officer, Sergeant Jordan Crump, my financial manager, Mike Stroop, and Deputy Chief Robert Tompkins is over the Administrative Bureau. He has training and all the support services of the police department. And Deputy Chief Ron Basie is over Operations South. He also has the 911 Center as well as Santa Fe and Southwest divisions. And then Deputy Chief Brian Jennings is over our Special Operations Division, Bureau. He had to step out doing something very important today, which is hiring boards, trying to get us some officers hired. So I'll start by saying too that I've got a cough, so if I get started going, I got some water back here, I may have to step away and deal with that, but I apologize. But again, it's my pleasure to be before you today, City Council, Mr. City Manager, to present not only our budget, but just to highlight some things that we're doing that we believe are important in public safety and to the community as well, and things that we're doing with our budget items for the next fiscal year 24. So on our first slide, we've got our mission, core values, and our vision. And our mission statement is the Oklahoma City Police Department is to deliver exceptional police services to our community with integrity, compassion, accountability, respect, and equity, which those are our core values. They spell out I CARE. It's an acronym, and they guide what we do as a police department every day. Our vision is to be, for the police department, is to ensure that Oklahoma City is one of the safest cities in the country through strong community relationships, innovative strategies, and healthy, well-trained officers. I'll also point out as we go through the slides, when you see numbers that are in a slide, especially for this fiscal year, since we haven't completed that fiscal year, you'll see asterisks beside those numbers, and that means that we are estimating out what the rest of the year will be. So that's what those asterisks means in the presentations. So just our operating expenditures in general by purpose. The majority of our funding is operations, which you'll see as we go through. I'll talk about each of these and what those areas are. And then investigations, special operations, administration, public safety support. By classification, this is one of the things too that we get asked a lot about, where we spend our money. And so this just illustrates that. People. Our police department is one of the largest departments in the city, so our money is spent on our personnel, wages, salaries, benefits, and those things. As you can see, that accounts for 71% of what our budget goes to. And again, that's what we are as an organization, is our people. But just some things in there too, when you look at, for example, supplies and equipment, that can include the equipment that the officers need to do their jobs, our non-sworn personnel as well, office supplies, those kind of things. Capital is our fleet replacement, our repairs, specialized equipment. Grants also account for a portion of this, and then our Axon contract is also under the capital section. Transfers also is where we get like 911 fund subsidy, for example, that funds the 911 center. So some things that we're proposing changing this year. One of the things that I've tried to do as police chief, it takes so long to get a police officer from the day that they walk in the door to fill in an application to being a fully trained, functioning police officer out on their own. You're looking at over a year for that to happen. It's about a year in training, and then usually anywhere from 4 to 6 months in the application process. So in order for us to maintain staffing levels, put people where we need them, make sure we have officers responding to those emergency calls, we've been adding to our civilian positions as much as we can. And that's what you'll see as we go through the presentation, is that we're continuing to do that, trying to put our sworn personnel where they need to be, out on patrol, answering calls, investigating crimes, and those areas where we can have a non-sworn professional staff member. That's what we're trying to do. So the additional funding will help fund. We're going to now run 3 academies a year instead of 2. So there'll be some additional funding that goes with that. And we just think that helps keep the process going. It helps ease the waiting time for a lot of these people that are looking for jobs and they want to start, as soon as possible. They're coming out of the military, or they're leaving other jobs and they want to be police officers, or they're getting out of college. It allows them to plan a little bit too. And it's better for us too to run these academies as much as we can so we can help build up our personnel and our staffing. Supplies, equipment, contingency, you guys know, everything's going up. The cost of inflation, just the cost of doing business in general in our organization. This is where, we're going to see some rises in our costs in this budget year. And then our real-time information center that I'll talk more about it later on in the presentation and what our implementation plan is with that. But we've talked about that before council as we've come before you to get items funded and start the process to implement this. So changes to our positions, again, in line with getting our police officers where they need to be, non-sworn personnel, handling more of those duties that don't require a police officer. So we're going to add 9 new professional staff positions. These are going to be 3 DNA forensic specialists, 1 financial manager 2 level, 1 senior buyer, 2 computer forensic specialists, 1 GIS position for emergency management, and 1 CIT coordinator with a social work or a counselor background. This position has normally been a sworn police officer. It was recently vacated, and we felt as a staff that it's very important that we put someone in that position more in line with the mental health field. And also, too, this is more in line with our 21CP recommendations of getting that non-police related response when possible to mental health calls. So that's one of those positions as well. The overages, the 7 professional staff overage positions that we're making permanent, those will include 2 community relations coordinators in victim services. These were previously funded with a VOCA grant. That grant has dwindled to the point it's pretty much non-existent for us anymore. But those staff positions that we'll talk about more later in the presentation are very important to our organization and to our community. In those victim services, those folks that have been a victim of a crime, it's very important that they have the services they need. So that's 2 of those overages that will become permanent. 2 digital media specialists positions that are in the Public Information Office. They were previously funded with the JAG grant. And then 2 administrative specialists for planning and research. And these were previously positions that were sworn officers. Those positions have vacated through attrition, and then we had to make some moves with some transfers and other things with one of the supervisors that was in there to another position. And so that will allow us to continue the service in that area, but again, not using sworn police officers. And then an office coordinator in the executive leadership program. The 2 vacant professional staff positions that were deleted were just positions that had been vacated, and one of those is actually being replaced with that emergency management GIS position. So we're not actually cutting our staffing, we're just moving staffing to different locations. So our budget by source, as you can see, our total budget, $268,365,566, but the majority of that, 61%, comes from the general fund. Some things that are funded in this in the general fund in that area are it primarily pays for personnel expenditures, some services and equipment, and then you have the police sales tax fund that is mostly personnel expenditures, and then the maps for use tax fund, fleet replacement, which covers fleet replacement, emergency management fund, which again is our 911 communications center. When you look at the category there of other, it's our asset forfeiture fund, our Better Streets, Safer City use tax funds. There's still some money there that we're working on, the items that we're purchasing along with that. City and schools, the capital use tax fund, the court administration and training fund, the MAPS 3 use tax, police and fire equipment sales tax fund, and so that's some of the areas that you see in other. We do have grant funding that pays for some things. For example, the Justice Assistant grants, often referred to as JAG, or they're also called the BURN grant. They currently pay for 4 crime analyst positions, which are civilian positions, and also for a DNA backlog program. If we start to get behind on any of our DNA evidence, we have an overtime program to recover that, and just supplies, equipment, training in operating the lab. Our lab has really come a long way in the last several years. They're really doing some great and innovative things over there. So we have to find creative ways a lot of times to fund those, and there are a lot of grants out there, fortunately, that allow us to do that. The Safe Oklahoma grant we've done for many years through the State Attorney General's office. That's a crime reduction neighborhood policing grant that's been very successful. And part of that grant, too, is not just enforcement. It's officers actually going out, knocking doors in the community and talking to folks in those neighborhoods to identify what their issues are and what they want to see out of their police department and out of enforcement to help solve the crimes in their neighborhoods. And then the last in that, Oklahoma Highway Safety Grants. These pay for overtime programs for traffic safety, things such as seatbelt, awareness and overtime programs, and then also too our alcohol safety awareness program. Those are just some things that are covered by that grant. So the first area that we'll talk about is operations. It is our most heavy area as far as our budget, and that is where patrol is. That's where the majority of our people are. That's where the majority of our services are demanded from us. That's 911 response to emergency calls. So as you can see within operations, you have patrol as the largest budget item there, and then 911 communications, youth services, crime prevention and awareness. So the number of calls that we've serviced, as you can see, it continues to rise. You'll see a really big jump from fiscal year 21, 2022 to the current year. And the reason is we were not counting in dispatch prior to this year the outgoing calls that they made, which is something we should have been counting. There are a lot of times they're having to transfer calls, they're having to make calls back on a 911 hang-up, and just a lot of times, calling for different services as they do. And that counts for their workload and for what they're doing, but prior to this, I don't know why we weren't counting that, but now we are. And so that's why you see that big jump. And just another thing too in this, we've actually looked at the amount of calls that we're taking, and what we found is not just in our community, but all across the country, people are calling 911 for everything and for a lot of things that they don't need to be calling for. So not only do we work to try and educate the public in that, but we've also too had to look at how our 911 operators answer these calls. And if you think about it, that's what the community wants too. They don't want police officers responding to everything. We don't want a parent calling the police department because their child won't get up and get ready for school. And believe it or not, that does happen. And so we have done a lot of training this past year with our 911 dispatchers to help them recognize what is a civil versus a criminal matter, and when we can tell our residents that that is not something that the police can respond to. We don't want to put all that burden on the dispatchers, so we have a system in place that if the dispatcher has made a determination this probably isn't a police call, but that individual is pushing that further, the dispatcher can then transfer that or send that out to a supervisor that's in the field. That supervisor can call that person kind of as a final checks and balance to, make sure this isn't something where we should send a police officer to. So we're hoping that will help reduce it's not going to reduce the calls that are coming in, but it at least will reduce the amount of calls that we're responding to. And again, we don't want police officers responding to non-police calls. Also, as part of this training, we've trained our dispatchers in how to more appropriately route calls to things such as 988, to those alternative responses, and then also to just homelessness and other resources instead of sending police officers out to those. So that's been a heavy part of the dispatcher training that we're doing. It's a work in progress. They've got to get comfortable with that too. And think about it, there's a lot of responsibility when you're on that phone and you're answering that call. They're under a lot of pressure, and they don't know really all the time what's going on the other end of it. So we want to make sure that, again, we're not putting too much on them at the same time that they're able to comfortably transfer a lot of those calls when they need to. And people are also starting to pick up that 911 is not the answer to everything. More calls are being made to 988, so we're hopeful that that will get us where we need to be in this upcoming fiscal year. Also keep in mind that this dispatcher training aligns with 21 CP recommendation 22, which is alternative responses, crisis training, and de-escalation. And all of our dispatchers have now, I think all of them have completed the crisis intervention team training. So priority one calls, these are calls where there's an immediate danger to a person's life or safety, a crime is in progress in which a person's life or safety may be in danger, or there is a possibility of extreme or major property loss. And you can see where these calls have increased too. And these are calls that we can't transfer out. We have to respond to these. Priority 1 calls are the calls that we have to get to as quickly as possible. And officers can be on another lower priority call or, responding to something lower priority. If one of these calls comes out, those officers will be pulled or can be pulled to go to these higher priority calls. So this is the highest priority calls that we have. And in the next slide, you'll see, which is a concern, is that our percentage of priority 1 calls that are responded to within 9 minutes and 30 seconds has dropped. And that is where our standard is, where we've set that we want from the time that the caller gets on the phone with a 911 dispatcher until an officer is on scene, ideally should be 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So you can attribute a lot of the numbers that you see and how they drop and how we're not meeting that 80% standard to obviously staffing. A big part of that is this city covers 621 square miles, and having officers be in all those places at the right time is pretty difficult too. But we're still going to make that our goal. And then also, not just the staffing struggles, but like I said before, think about when someone calls 911 and it is a critical emergency. And it may not even be police. It may be, someone having a medical episode that is a critical emergency. And someone's on the phone because their neighbor's dog is barking or, something to that effect that is not a critical call. That delays that response and some of those other things. So that's why it's real critical too that we continue to educate the public, have our dispatchers more aware of what we need to respond to and what we don't, so we're not tying up resources on things that aren't life-threatening. Next, we'll talk about our fleet, new equipment, the costs with those, increased supply costs, and then some things we're doing to expand our take-home program, which I think will help us with our responses. So nationwide, Chief Kelly talked about it and how long it takes to get vehicles, equipment, parts that we need to keep our vehicles on the road. We saw a 24% increase in replacement costs for our marked vehicles in this last year. So what that means is a patrol vehicle, our Ford Interceptor SUVs that you see that are the majority of what we order now for our patrol-related functions, we saw a $9,000 price increase in those. And it's not just those, because we looked around at other options and all of them have gone up. So that was significant and was something that, we didn't really factor into, and I'll talk more about that in just a minute. But maintenance also. Think about parts that are needed to keep these vehicles operating and up and going. Not only are they more costly, but it's taking longer to get those. And things that used to be really simple to get sometimes now can be difficult, things even as simple as an oil filter or brake pads. So we work constantly to try to keep up with that. Fleet Services has done an outstanding job. They have an overtime program that's helping us keep our fleet back on the road. Prior to this program, we were averaging our vehicles, 15 to 20% of our vehicles in our fleet were down at any given time. And since we started this program, I haven't run those numbers again to see if it's helping us. But that's where we were looking at just as soon as about 2 months ago. So we do make improvements in our vehicle safety, and sometimes there's costs associated with that, but there's nothing more important than that. It can be things like ballistic panels in the doors that now come on our patrol vehicles, and also too the devices that we're putting on them. If I'm talking about the lights and siren especially, people in their cars nowadays, I mean, your car is sealed up tight and insulated, you got your music on. It's very hard to hear those officers coming up with lights and sirens. So things like rumblers that make a vibration that you can feel if you don't see that and you're looking around to see what that is. Those are things that we do and that we make improvements to constantly try to keep our officers safe and also our community as we're responding to these calls. So we planned to order 158 vehicles last year. As part of that cost, we were only able to order 130. And this is because normally we account for a 5% budget increase. Nobody saw 24% coming. So hopefully in this next year, we'll be able to add the amount of marked vehicles that we need. This did not keep us from responding to calls or didn't put us in a real bad position because we are short-staffed. So that's one of the things is it allowed us to have those vehicle adjustments and adjustments in our budget that didn't affect our actual vehicles on the road. Next, we'll talk about youth services, again within operations. First thing we'll talk about is the Youth Enrichment Services, or YES. This was formerly known as the Truancy Unit, but as I've said before, our officers quickly realized that truancy is not about kids not wanting to go to school. It's about their ability to be there, and what's keeping them from that could be technology. One of the things that was the most prevalent that our officers learned was head lice, and these kids not having access to lice kits. So through a partnership with Pivot, this program has served a lot of kids. Last year alone, they served 11,354 youth. And Pivot has been wonderful in just providing clothing, some of these lice kits. I mean, just all that they do. I'm sure you're familiar with Pivot. They're a great organization, and our officers through YES do a lot with them to help these kids and try to get them back in school. These interventions can include a letter, phone call, visit to the school, a home visit. So they very rarely, if ever, issue any citations anymore. One of the things too that that again is making them so effective, I think, is the fact that these aren't ideas that come from our level. These are the people that are out there doing the job. These officers that were in the truancy unit said, hey, here's what we need to be doing, here's what we're seeing. They stepped up, made a change, and recognized it, and that's what makes our organization so great. So our school resource officers, and they're in 15 schools. The amount of crimes that are reported are about just a little under 4 per 1,000 students so far this year. So that's a big part of what they do there, is not only enforcement, but also just being a part of these kids' lives and learning what's going on, trying to prevent things from happening, and just being in the schools. The Police Athletic League, probably one of our most successful programs. It's one of our largest. It just continues to grow. We're over 35,000 kids in youth in sports, Police Athletic League programs this year alone. And there's estimated that there'll be over 10,000 more by the end of the year that will be served by this. It's a great program. We all know that kids who are involved in sports are very much more likely to stay in school and much more likely to be successful, and we see that. These kids, soccer has become one of our biggest sports. It's just phenomenal how much it's taken off. And of course, every time I look around, I see Councilman Stone at one of our events or one of our fundraisers, and I appreciate your partnership and your help in that as well. But the Police Athletic League is just a wonderful program. The FACT program, the Family Awareness and Community Teamwork, they've served over 6,000 youth this year, and of course the year's not over. And then some of the programs that are operated through FACT are like our Juvenile Intervention Program, where kids who do get justice involved, maybe do get in trouble and have a charge, that they can go through this program and get that taken off or reduced. And these are usually the lesser offenses. These aren't more serious offenses. But these kids, it's wonderful to come to those events and see them when they graduate, see the smiles on their faces and the sense of accomplishment. It's a great program. Another one too that we just had a graduation program for last week, the Youth Leadership Academy. This is also run through FACT. There are currently just completed 32 participants. And what's really neat about this is they get involved in something in the community that's important to them. This year it was Positive Tomorrows was their group or organization that they wanted to raise money for. Here's the really cool part. They raised $42,105 for Positive Tomorrows. I mean, and this is 32 high school age kids and that have come together and accomplished something like this. Imagine what they can do now. And it just shows them that, when you get involved and you become part of something in your community, you can make a huge difference and a huge impact. Our officers love this program. We love it. We love to attend the graduations. I had the honor to get to speak at their graduation, and it's just amazing to see those kids, those parents, those guardians, those folks that are their family members to support them. It's an amazing program. This entire area, youth services, aligns with 21 CP Recommendation 25, and that's to ensure youth outreach programs remain a priority and are funded. So just another slide here again to illustrate the growth of the Police Athletic League. And I can't stress enough, this is not the police department that makes this successful, it's the community. Our partnership is just providing those officers to be coaches and mentors, but there are so many members of the community that make this successful and put a lot and invest a lot of money in these kids, in these fields, and in equipment. I mean, like I said, it just continues to grow. I just see it only getting bigger. And it's not just, you know, the sports we think of like soccer and, you know, football, basketball. You know, they do a lot of things too with the online gaming. That's becoming really big. And we realize too that that's an area that, you know, if we want to keep these kids engaged, we have to be advancing and moving forward in that as well. So, so again, it's just a wonderful program and a huge partnership with the community. So in talking about school safety, that's been a high priority in the, not only in our police department and our community, but all around the country. One of the things I talked about earlier in expanding our take-home program, this is one of the reasons behind that. If we have more officers that have their equipment with them that they need on a daily basis, and they're available even when they're off duty, they may be at an extra job, they may be at home, and it may be a school near them, it may be their kids' school that they need to respond to. So we want to do as much as we can to help in that school safety and making sure we have a response of not only our on-duty staff, but our off-duty staff as well. So one of the things too that kind of guided us in this, this current year is the governor's executive order that basically stated to all law enforcement in the state that we would be on the same page when it came to responding to these type of calls. We all trained for active shooter, but we all trained in our own ways and our own methods. And what we have now figured out is if something happens, especially in Oklahoma City, at one of our schools, we've got schools that border, I mean, pick a city, you know, Moore, Norman, Edmond, Bethany, War Acres, and we'll have officers from all different agencies that will respond to that. So it's very important that we are on the same page. So our active threat protocols and our department-wide training has been in line with what's called LASER, and this is a program out of Louisiana State University, and it stands for Law Enforcement Active Shooter Emergency Response. So all of our officers have been through this training, unless they've had, you know, an injury or on some type of leave, military leave, something like that. But it was very well received. I can tell you, we went through it recently. It's rigorous training, but it works. What you saw in Nashville, the response there that you've seen a lot of different video footage from, that's straight textbook out of what we're all being trained in. And also, too, in that instance, there were officers from multiple agencies that responded to that, but they all knew what to do and how to respond because of that. So we're very excited about this training and what it's done for us. Our tactical unit really jumped on board with this and not only got certified in it, but were our trainers. They got national recognition from not only Louisiana State University, but they came here. We're very impressed about what we are doing as an organization, how we trained, the attitude and mentality of our officers and the culture we have in a police department. And it's also garnered attention from federal organizations as well that, you know, what we're doing here is becoming the national standard for what should be done all around the country. So we're very excited about that. When you talk about resources, equipment and resources, nowadays, all of these, not only school shootings, but workplace shootings that occur, the big thing, you know, number one thing is hide, get yourself in a location, barricade yourself. So our officers need to get into those locations, and so we've been able to purchase breaching tools. There's a big delay around the country in getting those. We want to get them in the hands of every officer. We're working on that. But right now, all of our school resource officers have breaching tools and are able to use those if any emergency happens within the school. Those are actually stored in the school. Our goal going forward will be each time we equip a new vehicle for patrol use, there'll be breaching tools inside of it so that these officers will be able to get into these areas safely and be able to save lives. Also, some other equipment for our SROs. They now have rifles and shotguns, and we were able to work with the schools on how we implemented that. And we have lock boxes in the schools that, you know, only we have access to, so that those weapons can be stored safely. But the reason, and I communicated with school staff in this, and they were on board 100%, is if you look, the majority of these school shooters now are wearing body armor, and they are also themselves usually armed with long guns as well. So we have to be able to combat that. So that's part of the equipment along with the breaching tools. All of our SROs now have body-worn cameras. We were able to work out an agreement with the schools to get those cameras in place. So we now have those as well. And if you also talk about the training that our SROs have, they receive National Association of SRO training and the Oklahoma Association of SRO training, so they're certified in their jobs as SROs. We have 18 SROs in 15 different middle and high schools, and all our SROs are now CITs trained. Some of them are CIT officers, but all of them are CIT trained. And then also this is part of our threat assessment management. And when you talk about yes, in fact, and some of the things that they do, there are times where we get word of a kid that may be making threatening comments and other things. So yes, in fact, are now able to go out and meet with these kids and determine, is this a significant issue? Is this something that requires further attention? Or was this kid just, letting off steam, thought they were being funny, whatever the case may be. So it's a multi-pronged process that not only includes our intelligence that we have within the organization, but also our SROs and our yes and fact officers. They have a big role in this too, because these kids trust them, they'll come up to them, they'll tell them anything. And this is also where we expanded our CIT during the last year, to where we now have 200 CIT trained officers. And when I mentioned some of those CITs are in the school. So mental health calls, this is an interesting slide because our numbers are starting to go down. So what we're starting to see is we're benefiting from alternative response, 988, and then most importantly, state laws that have been passed to reduce our footprint in transporting persons that are mentally ill to mental health facilities. So initially, if we come into contact with someone, we may have to transport them to a local service provider or hospital, but after that, if they need to go somewhere else, or if it's 30 miles or more from our police headquarters, I think I accidentally did that. If it's 30 miles or more from our police headquarters, then Department of Mental Health takes over that transport for us. And that's really helped these calls go down. And my hope is that we'll only see this continue to fall now that we're going to have more resources in place. Something that's interesting in this is only 198 or 1% of our mental health calls were disposed with arrests. So 71 of those, or 36%, were for warrants. 40 of those, or 20%, were for assault. 24 or 12% were for trespassing. 21 were, or about 10%, were for drunkenness. And there were an additional 34 that were taken to detox, which is not an arrest. There's no crime that's associated with going there. The biggest thing, again, is the more opportunities we have for alternative resources to encounter these folks, then the less likely we are to end up in any negative outcomes. And that's our goal. We know police are never going to be out of the mental health business altogether, but we know that, the more we can do to lessen those interactions, the better off we're going to be as a community. Also, too, as I mentioned before, we had 183 CIT positions in our previous budget, and that was increased. We now have 200, and this was part of a 21 CP recommendation number 9, which was to increase the budget for CIT. And also, too, keep in mind, even though we may not have all of our officers be CIT, actually on the CIT or on the team, on the crisis intervention team, they're all getting the training, and it starts in the academy. Our academy now, when those officers go through, they get the full crisis intervention team training. So our next item or area is investigations. And investigations includes persons crimes, property crimes, victim services, our video specialists, limited English proficiency services, lab support services, crime scene investigations, property crime specialists, and our property management unit. So our number of investigations conducted has continued to rise. We saw some drop in that because of COVID and people not reporting as many things, especially when you talk about persons crimes like domestic violence, child abuse. When people were staying home, we saw those things go down. As we're coming out, you can see, you know, the increases in that. And I think, you know, when you talk about the number of investigations conducted, it kind of goes in line with the amount of calls and things that we're responding to. As those go up and those officers in the field, those patrol officers have more contact, more likelihood for, you know, crimes to be reported, arrests to be made, you're going to see more investigations that follow that up. Violent crime in Oklahoma City, we continue to mostly trend down in that category. We did see a slight increase last year, but it was in aggravated assaults. As you can see, the majority of other crimes decreased. Property crimes, you know, you can look at some of those and see some big decreases, but I also think that a lot of people don't report those as much as they do the violent crime. You know, the violent crimes are more likely to be reported. And so, you know, sometimes when you see those drops, I don't get so excited in that we're actually having something to do with that it's probably, you know, things in the community and the environment in general that are contributing to that. I just want to talk about, too, real quickly, our homicide solve rates. In 2021, we solved 81% of our homicides. In 2022, we solved 82%. I think we're around 88% right now. We're starting to increase that more because we're not as heavily dependent on witnesses at the scene. We're using technology to help us solve a lot of these crimes, and our community likes that too because they're often fearful to come forward, especially on these more violent crimes. So we're starting to see, I believe, an increase in that I hope will continue. Lab support services. This, again, our lab, it's amazing what they get done over there. It's all about the people. And you know, we have good equipment. Our facility is old and out of date, but we're working on that as part of some long-range planning and future bond issues. But they do a wonderful job. And you can just see, so far this year, they've conducted almost 27,000 crime lab tests. They've responded to 952 crime scenes. 2,346 firearms have been entered into NIBIN, which is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. We attained a gold standard rating in the fall of '22 with NIBIN because it's the highest level you can have, because we perform our acquisitions and we get our evidence on shell casings and firearms into the system within 2 business days. We also, we have no backlog in doing this. And it's also helped our officers now, even when they respond to a shooting call where no one has been struck, they still collect those casings because we know that firearm is going to be tied to other shootings and possibly homicides as well. So it's a great program that you know, is helping us solve crimes and helping keep our communities safer. It also helps us narrow down so that we can often identify usually one firearm and one shooter is responsible for multiple crimes. So in our next slide, Victim Services Program, during 2022, they had 2,971 individuals that they helped. 388 were referred to other resources and programs. 17 assisted with relocating, emergency housing, those kind of things from those folks that were in crisis and needed help, and 120 VPO hearings. And keep in mind, this is outside of what Palomar, Crimes Against Children, what they're doing as well. These are separate victim services that we have within our organization. So some of the folks that they help are the deaf, hard of hearing, homeless, immigrants, disabled, veterans, just any folks that because of the crime, it's put them in a position where they need help. And these, as a reminder, were 2 of the positions that were overages formerly funded by VOCA that are now in our budget. And when you talk about non-uniform police response, this is one of those. This is a civilian response alternative to low priority calls and non-injury accidents. And these are our property crime specialists. So far this year, they've responded to over 6,000 calls for service, 4,611 reports that they've made that are, you know, lower priority property crimes. And they just started recently working non-injury accidents, and they've already worked and completed 168 collision reports. So again, this allows our officers to respond to more priority calls, but also too allows the community to get a non-law enforcement response when it doesn't necessarily require a police officer. They also work as a backup to our CSI, and they've processed 945 crime scenes during this time frame. So they are a great resource, and it's an area that we've grown in our last budget. We started out in 2020, we had 7 PCS. That's not when the program started, but just to give you an idea, in 2020 we had 7. Today we have 13. Special operations. This is our uniform support, traffic safety program, specialized units such as the tactical unit, the bomb squad, our helicopter. They all fall into this area, and there's the items there that are basically the highlighted items within special operations. Just talk a little bit about traffic safety and enforcement. Traffic collisions, it's a large part of what they do. DUI arrests. We recently partnered with OHP, and we've done a couple of checkpoints around the city to help get intoxicated drivers and impaired drivers off the roadway. And just some other things too. These are some of the overtime programs that we mentioned, the Alcohol Safety Awareness Program, our Accident and Aggressive Driver Reduction Program. You can see there, where they've issued a lot of citations as well to try and reduce accidents. Fatality accidents after COVID really started, we saw a spike around the country, and a lot of that was just because there weren't as many drivers on the road, and people's driving got pretty aggressive. And you see now on social media, not only our department, but OHP, it's not uncommon to post traffic stops being made for speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour. So in this next slide, fentanyl is devastating not only in our community, but all around the country. It is wiping out a large portion of our society, and a large portion of that is our youth. It's devastating not only to them, but to their families. We have Miss Chanel Douglas is here today. She lost her son. She's here with Detective Jermaine McCullum, and this is one of the overdose cases where we were able to file a murder charge. So one of the things that we're doing is we have a specialized team or street narcotics unit that responds to overdose deaths. And these deaths are occurring at much higher levels than they were just a few years ago. And so by sending these officers out and starting an investigation as early as we can, we want to get at the dealers. We don't want, the people that are using the drugs, and to be honest, the majority of these folks that are passing away in these overdoses have no idea what they're taking. They have no idea that their cocaine is laced with fentanyl, or the pills that they bought for pain, but they bought off the street, they have no idea that fentanyl is in there. And so it's very important that we get at those dealers so that we can save lives and stop what's coming into our community. As you can see, they went out on 116 overdose investigations last year, resulted in 235 felony arrests, 3 murder cases, and actually it's more than that. We've had some recently that have been filed, and these take a while to come to fruition, so to speak, because the medical examiner has to rule it as an overdose, and it can take 6 to 8 months for them to get the toxology or the tox screen back to determine if this was an overdose death. They've seized 54 pounds of fentanyl and 156 firearms. And so if you look at our Narcan deployments and how they continue to go up, all of our officers are equipped with Narcan, but what we're noticing is it takes more and more Narcan to bring someone out of an overdose if we can anymore. We're seeing 3, 4, 5 doses of Narcan before it has an effect. And so I really like that. I know nationally they're working on making that available over the counter, and I'm being told that that's now happening. I think it should be. I think it should be in everyone's home, especially these folks that may be using narcotics, because again, they have no idea when this is going to be in their drug that they're taking. And so the more of these deployments we can do, the more lives we can save, and just having it out there. And our officers respond to a lot of these overdose calls. So administration, this is the area that it's most of our leadership areas and our support areas, things such as data services, risk management, Office of the Chief, Office of Finance, Planning and Research, legal services, logistical support, building management, fleet management, and our supply room. And when you talk about executive leadership, and one of the reasons that that area has such a high number there, the over 22 million, it also includes our IT chargeback and our risk management chargeback. We're very heavily IT dependent and technology dependent, so that's a large part of that. Just talk about some technology enhancements that we've had over the last year. The biggest in that is being Axon. We now have the ability for residents in the community to upload video evidence from their cameras, their businesses, cell phone video. We've had that before where they've picked up a crime on their cell phones. They can now upload that evidence directly into our Axon evidence. It's called evidence.com. Body cameras. All of our officers are now equipped with new body cameras through the Axon program, and all of our vehicles now have dash cams and rear seat cameras too, all of our patrol-related vehicles. So that's been a big increase in our technology. We've had fewer camera malfunctions because of that, but also as part of this partnership with Axon, it's allowed us to have the flock automated license plate readers. We had those on a free trial from March of 22 to March of 23. We had 23 cameras, and during that first year, we solved crimes related to 89 stolen vehicles, 8 homicides, 13 other violent felonies to include aggravated ADW, kidnapping, and robbery. Also, too, the drones. We've been nationally recognized with how we've deployed our drone programs because of our SOPs and making sure all of our operators are following FAA guidelines, and we're also following our certificate of authority through the FAA as a city and how we deploy those. And so we've done a really good job in getting those out there and deploying them legally. And they've also assisted as part of de-escalation in not putting our officers in situations that they don't need to be in, where it could be more likely for a use of force or an encounter to occur. The drones have been able to help us find suspects and be kind of the eyes on the situation. Also, part of this will be our real-time information center. In July of 2023, most of the system should be online and hands-on testing will begin, and this will also begin our community outreach and educating the public as to what this is, what it's going to do, and we'll have more of those systems in place so that we can show. We've made arrangements with all our media partners to be a part of this as well. And in August, phase 1, we'll begin working with one division only, and in working with our camera installs, but also figuring out where our bugs are in this and making sure that everything's working appropriately as it should. In September of 2023, we'll go live, expanding to all day shift and some night shifts. And our goal is by January 2025 to have the final phase where it would be available and operating 24/7. It will be manned and staffed by analysts, civilian crime analysts, and they'll be the ones that will be monitoring and working the information and getting that out to our officers. Talking about Crime Stoppers through our Office of Media Relations, during the previous year, they had 4,307 tips that led to 256 arrests, 82 weapons recovered, narcotics valued at almost $2 million, and over $368,000 in cash seized. Our accreditation program, we continue to be accredited. We've used an organization called CALIA in the past, and it required some full-time staffing and other things that we just couldn't provide anymore in doing that. So the Oklahoma Law Enforcement Accreditation Program, we did research on this. It's the same standards, the same things that CALIA looks at, but it also, one of the things that's really good for us, it also looks at our state laws, CLEAT, CLEAT requirements for our officers and other things to make sure that not only does our accreditation meet national standards, but it meets state standards as well. So we're in the process of going through that and switching over, and I think it'll be good for our organization. So public safety support, this includes, again, a lot of our support services, records management, training, inmate processing, permit services, court enforcement, courthouse security, and transport. I think this slide's really important when you talk about, when you go back several years and look at the Bureau report and people that we were putting in jail, and our number of people incarcerated for municipal charges continues to go down. That's a large credit to Judge James and how she processes them out on their own recognizance bonds. but we don't want to keep anybody in jail on municipal charges any longer than we have to, and it continues to go down. And again, almost all of these are out in 10 hours or less. And this slide also illustrates that. You can see the average amount of time that someone actually spends in the jail for a municipal charge is at 9 hours. Recruiting and retention, big thing right now. We got the hiring bonus of $10,000 and the salary increase recently. Our starting pay is now among the highest in the state. It did significantly when these changes went into place. We saw increases in our applications. For example, in January of 2022, we received 133 applicants. In January of this year, we received 292. And we're on pace as we go each month. We have a higher amount of applications than we did this time last year, so that's good. And this slide just kind of shows where we're at, what we're doing. We have not had a positive gain in our staffing, in our sworn staffing, since 2019. But I will tell you, people want to attribute to this to a lot of things that are going on around the country and other things, but for us, the most significant contributing factor is retirement. And I go back to when the city had a hiring freeze for many years. They had not hired police officers. And when the 3/4-cent sales tax passed in 1989, we ran a flood of academies at 50 or more persons between September of 1989 and to about 96, 97, around in there, at least 2 academies a year, over 100 officers in each of those years. So those officers are now reaching retirement, and we're seeing that. And the retirement system has been very lucrative in the last few years because of the stock market and other things. So these are folks that are just retiring, their normal retirements. We currently have 213 vacancies, but we have 83 recruits in training. So we're at a net down of 130. Of course, we don't count those recruits until they get out on the streets, but we're getting there. I think this is the most telling, is the amount of time on that our employees have and that are retirement eligible. This same slide probably 4 or 5 years ago would have been much different in how many people that were retirement eligible. And so that's a good thing that we're seeing less and less of that because once we get back to a point where we're losing about 50 to 60 a year, that's more in line with what's normal for us. And if you look at our total number of eligible retirements to retire in the next 5 years is 508, but we did a retention survey and asked that question, and the responses we got showed that 225 were planning to retire in the next 5 years. So retirement eligible means they're at 20 years. That doesn't mean they'll retire. It's not really financially possible for you to retire at 20 and not have to get other employment and do that. So most of the time they go beyond that. So if those 225, let's say that's accurate and they did leave, that's more in line with about our average of what we see. So if we can get back to that with the amount of people that we're bringing in, we'll start having net gains. Just as a reminder, in our most recent resident survey, 91% of folks that had had interactions with an Oklahoma City police officer reported they had fair treatment and a satisfactory response time. So even with all the things that we deal with, the challenges that we deal with as an organization, the public still supports us. We wouldn't be here if they didn't. And that's what makes Oklahoma City what it is. And I wouldn't be police chief in any other community, and I know most of our officers say the same thing. They wouldn't want to be a police officer anywhere but Oklahoma City. So with that, that concludes the presentation. I appreciate your time, and as always, if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Thanks, Chief. Are there any questions, comments?
Yes. And I'll appreciate everyone's patience because I have a little bit here. Thanks for your presentation, Chief. I appreciate that. I think I need help from Andrea as the work you're doing with 21CP, Chief, you as well, FOP, and council, city manager especially. I'm hearing this budget presentation, and while I strongly applaud the 21CP work that's coming, I applaud intricacies at which you all are addressing your budget. I'm worried that the slide we saw earlier that had patrol in terms of the budget number versus the amount we are spending on youth services, I think is precisely 180. I think it needs to be flipped. And I know that might, to some of you, be like, what is this guy talking about? But this is where I'm gonna need some patience with you here. And by the way, this is an open door conversation. I really mean it. I'm ready. Whatever we need to do to walk through where our disagreements are on this, it's way past time. It's way past time. So here we are. So remember, my background is in film studies, but specifically studying the representation of media violence and the root causes of real life crime and violence. That's been all the last 20 years of my life. I may not be law enforcement, but this has been my absolute passion that gets me out of bed in the morning. I'm gonna send all of you who I just named a Politico article that came out fairly recently. It's titled, "Two Professors Found What Creates a Mass Shooter." Will politicians, us up here, pay attention? And my thesis for law enforcement is I want to make sure you all go home safely. Same that the residents do. I'm not convinced that this budget is going to really get at the root that's going to ensure that that happens. I think you're doing fine, but I think there's some things here. So I just want to hear me out for just a few moments, and then we can dig in. And feel free to respond as I say some of these things. But so the article, they interviewed Jillian Peterson, who's an associate professor of criminology at Hamline University. So criminology background, right? Not film studies, criminology. And then James Dinsley, who's a professor of criminal justice at Metro State University. And what they found in their research, their peer-reviewed research, is, quote, "a failure to gain a more meaningful and evidence-based understanding of why mass shooters do what they do seemed a lost opportunity for us to stop the next shooting from happening." So let me just pause here. When I heard the part from your presentation, Chief, where you described the really good laser work, right, the training, I think I'm glad. I commend you all, and I'm glad people are looking at us for it. My worry about it, and as I keep going into this research here, is I don't want us to have to be in that position. That is at the symptom, and I want to get to the root causes to prevent those mass shootings from happening. And the mass shooting is not too far removed in my mind from a Timothy McVeigh and a domestic terrorist attack. I think they are two peas in a pod. In fact, that's what the research tells us. So let me tell you about this research. I wish David Greenwell were still here because he loved that database stuff, but I suspect his successor will too. So here's what they did. They constructed a database of every mass shooter since 1966 who shot and killed 4 or more people in a public place, and every shooting incident at schools, workplace, and places of worship since 1999. Moreover, they detailed life histories on 180 shooters, speaking with their spouses, parents, siblings, childhood friends, work colleagues, and teachers. Most of the gunmen don't survive, as you know, but 5 of them did talk to Peterson and Dinsley. Okay, now I just want to skip a little bit ahead here to, I think, the kind of main stuff I'm worried about. And it will be old hat for those of you who've served on council with me in the last 4 years. But here's what Peterson has to say. This was in response to Politico asking, "Can you take us through the profile of mass shooters that have emerged from your research?" This is Peterson's response. There's this really consistent pathway. Early childhood trauma. How many times from this council have I said that? How many times have I cited that Oklahoma is #1 in childhood adverse experiences. And some of you might be tired of hearing it. Well, I've been tired of studying it, but it's been my life's work. It's why I'm here on this horseshoe, is I'm here to interrupt these cycles of crime. And I need partnerships to do it. And I think 21CP is getting us close, but I think there's some more work here. So here we go. Early childhood trauma seems to be the foundation, whether it's violence in the home, sexual assault, parental suicides, extreme bullying. Then you see the build toward hopelessness, despair, isolation, self-loathing, oftentimes rejection from peers. That then turns into a really identifiable crisis point where they're acting differently. Sometimes they have previous suicide attempts. And what's different from traditional suicide is that the self-hate turns against a group. Think Timothy McVeigh. They start asking themselves, who's at fault for this? Is it a racial group, or women, or a religious group, or is it my classmates? And that hate they're experiencing turns outward. And it's also a quest for fame and notoriety. Most people don't understand that these are suicides in addition to homicides. Mass shooters design these to be their final acts. And when you realize this, it completely flips the idea that someone with a gun on the scene is going to deter this act. If anything, that's an incentive for these individuals. That's their whole plan. They want death. They want their deaths. They want to be killed. And that is research telling us this. Another thing, and I'll conclude, there's just two more things. Politico said, I've heard many references over the last weeks to monsters and pure evil, but your research says that this kind of language actually makes things worse. Why? Dinsley responds, if we explain this problem as pure evil or other labels like terrorist attack or hate crime, we feel better. We feel better because it makes it seem like we have found the motive and solved the puzzle. But we haven't solved anything. We've just explained the problem away. What this really problematic terminology does is prevent us from recognizing that mass shooters are us. This is hard for people to relate to because these individuals have done horrific, monstrous things. But just 3 days earlier, that school shooter was somebody's son, grandson, neighbor, colleague, or classmate. And classmate. And we have to recognize them as the trouble human being earlier if we want to intervene before they become the monster. And so, here are the solutions. And this is where I need the help. This is where I need the help. Otherwise, you will always be in this cycle. It will not stop. I am 25 years removed from Columbine, and it's only increased. So to be doing this research and just seeing increase, this is getting ridiculous. So what are the solutions? We really need resources at institutions like schools. We need to build teams to investigate. As you actually heard, Chief, you mentioned, right, where you're seeing some of these intervention moments happen with YES, for instance. You're heading in the right direction. That's why I applaud you. I think we can go further. We need to build teams to investigate when kids are in crisis and then link those kids to mental health services. The problem is that in a lot of places, those services are not there. There's no community mental health and no school-based mental health. Schools are the ideal setting because it doesn't require a parent to take you there. A lot of perpetrators are from families where the parents are not particularly proactive about mental health appointments. And in conclusion then, their research says that in an ideal world, 500,000 psychologists would be employed in schools around the country. So if you assumed a modest salary of $70,000 a year, that amounts to $35 billion in funding that really only the federal government can do, just so we're very clear. That would really, we can't run a debt like that at the city level. We know that, right? Our whole budget is not even $2 billion. So I understand the limitations, I hear that. But my challenge back And you all can tell me the timeline to start hearing some exploration of what I have just shared with you. But my challenge is, how can we better connect our youth to the resources, for instance, from the Citizens Committee for Community Development? I promise you, not a lot of our kids and their families know about these incredible services that are already available. So that's one organization. Number two, what about CASA? What about bringing them even more into this fold in terms of the foster kids who are going to be disproportionately at risk for homelessness as those support services fall away by age 18? And if they are disproportionately disconnected from services, they are more likely to end up committing these violent acts and putting your officers at risk. Neighborhood Services Organization and their resources. I just went to a meeting last week, or event, a lunch. Community Action Agency, Pivot, Positive Tomorrows, CSU. These fentanyl numbers that you all are seeing, you can get all the drugs you want in terms of getting them, oh, we got them, we got some drugs, we were able to get this amount off the streets. The demand will go nowhere until you address these early childhood traumas, Oklahoma City. You will be playing whack-a-mole for the rest of our lives, and you will always feel that frustration that I'm feeling, and I know you feel it. I know you feel it. I know it. I'm naming it in public because I'm tired of it, and I'm tired of my kids in high school now, or sorry, college now, saying they've only known a world of mass shootings. That's all they know. That's all they know. So I think your budget is doing some really good things. I want to commend you on some of the things that you're doing. I really do. But I now challenge this council and our 21CP work. What are we going to do to really double down and prevent crime rather than just addressing it when it happens?
So just a couple of things to respond. When you talked about the amount that's spent on patrol, it's people. That's why I pulled that slide back up. That is where the majority of our staff is. They're assigned to patrol because they're responding to the 911 calls. So I agree with everything that you're saying. There's nothing I disagree with. I think where the fault lies is when you look at the slides that show how many times 911 gets called. That's it. Society in general has tried to make us the solution for all the problems, and we're not.
That's right.
So that's why we have to have a very well-trained response to an active shooter, because we know the likelihood of it happening is happening all over the country. So we want to be able, we don't want a Uvalde here. So we have to be prepared for that. We also, through partnerships, are doing everything that we can as an organization. When you talk about YES and you talk about FACT and POW, we're doing everything we can to get to those kids so that they don't wind up in those cycles that lead them into this. I mean, we can't do it all, but it has to be partnerships with the community. And I think what we're seeing in Oklahoma City now is, to me, I have a saying in my organization is don't tell me what you're doing, tell me what you're not doing. And I think you can apply that as a whole, and what Oklahoma City has really become successful at is look what we've done with homelessness. Look at the difference in the response in what we're doing now as compared to 2 or 3 years ago. And that is now not, police are not the primary response to homelessness. We're the criminal response when something happens criminal out of that. But we have other avenues now, and the city's done a great job at that. Our partnership with Pivot through YES. Pivot is a wonderful organization that's helping youth all over in a lot of the areas that you're talking about that, because we know the police department can't solve those problems. But that's our goal, is to partner with those that can. I'm drawing a blank when the children are in a traumatic deal and we call the school. Handle with Care, thank you. Handle with Care is another program, because you talk about trauma and how, and you're absolutely right. ACEs scores are a very high predictor of future, not only criminal behavior, but violent behavior, domestic violence, all of those things that go along with it. So that's what we try to do, is we have to stay within our lane of what the police department can do. And that's what, when it does get to a point where a drug dealer is out there selling fentanyl that is killing people, we got to stop that drug dealer because we got to stop that from going out there. Is that going to fix the fentanyl problem? No. Those things that you just mentioned, they have to occur. I don't know that I'm the resource to do that or my department is the resource to do that, but we have to find those partnerships within the community. And that's what we try to do with everything in our budget is how do we address what is within our lane to make it safer, but then how do we find those partnerships to help work together? And I think you're seeing that more and more. I think it's happening more and more. I know for me, I've been doing this for almost 34 years now. When I hit the streets in February of 1990, police work then versus police work now, not even close. And we didn't have any of these partnerships or anything like that. Everything really got dumped on us back then. So I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I just wanted to point that out, that the reason patrol looks like it does is because that's the majority. We have to have our people there because they're responding to 911 calls, and that's the majority of what you see in that budget item.
What a moment. You heard all this agreement. I just want to make sure that's clear for the record. What I'm asking then, I guess, from the city manager is, and assistant city manager and Andrea, I'd like a narrative kind of cohered for us, right, in terms of what the chief is talking about, so that as we start implementing the 21 CP recommendations, remember one of the major ones was youth services. That was something Nikki championed, right? So I think as we move in that direction, we need to cohere a narrative for our residents about what these partnerships are, where the potentials are to even expand on those partnerships. But prevention, 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 because I think the more we do that, it won't happen overnight. It will not. But the more we do that, the less you all will be so worried about having to fill vacancies because, and that is my theory of the case, because then you won't need as many to do that sort of work. That's where I'm going right now. So I'm happy to sit with anybody who wants to talk about it.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chief.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
All right, so that's all the presentations that we've got for today. Again, as Chris went through earlier, we've got presentations coming on the 2nd, the 16th, and the 30th. Those will be the off-council weeks. And then ultimately, the plan is to have the adoption on June the 6th. And so we'll continue our work. And again, answering questions along the way. We will collect that information from residents when we get that and have that summarized for you and be able to present that on the 30th. So thank you all very much.
Question.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
I heard you say the 16th and the 30th, and it really clicked as we were going through the budgets and the hearings that we only have an open day period of 20 days to comment, which closes before we have that last presentation, which in my opinion is a disadvantage for those who may want to hear those verbal presentations and may not have access, or have time to read what is going to be presented on that day, especially with some of the caveats we've seen today. There have been additional information outside of those budget books.
Sure.
And that information that would be posted.
Yeah, I'll talk with Chris a little bit about it. One of the things we try to do is we close it on that 22nd date so that we can have it summarized for everyone for the council by the 30th when you're doing your last deliberation. But we could still leave it open, do the summary that we present to the council on the 22nd, but still allow comments to continue to come in, and then just provide those comments to the council after we get that final version. So Chris and I will talk about that and take that into consideration what we could do.
City manager or vice mayor, you have people, can I go after them?
Sure. Well, we've got 4 citizens that have been here all morning ready to speak, so. All right. With that, Ms. Chanel Douglas, if you'd like to come forward. Ms. Douglas, if you can give us your name and address, and try to limit your time to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chanel Douglas, and I live at 2225 Fallview Drive in Edmond, Oklahoma. I'm a little nervous, so excuse me. But I wanted to share a picture of my son. This is my son, Ramon. I lost him to the fentanyl crisis. So I just really want to say, on October the 19th, my life and my children's lives were changed by the loss of my son. Our day started out just like everyone else's: school, work, food, family, cooking, and all of those kind of things. That evening, we sat in the living room. We talked about the plans that we had for Thanksgiving, what we were going to do with our family, and things of that nature. That evening, I went to give my grandbaby a bath, and I heard a thud. I heard a loud thud, and I had a two-story house at the time. And my daughter, she's 17, she began to scream, a scream that no parent would ever want to hear. And I ran upstairs, and I know for a fact I probably skipped every step on that stair to get upstairs to see what was going on. When I got in the room, my son was laid on the floor, and I began to go to him and say, Ramon, Ramon. I know for a fact now, in hindsight 22, when I look back at the events of that night, my son was already dead then when I went upstairs. But I began to scream his name out. I told my daughter to call 911. When I got on the phone with 911, I'm military. I have a background in military, and I know how to do CPR. But that night, I couldn't remember. So I'm asking the 911 operator to help me give my son CPR and those kind of things. I begged God to give me the breath to give to my son that night because I didn't want him to leave me. And unfortunately, they came. When they came, they worked on my son, and I thank them. I thank you all for listening. I thank the detectives. I thank Sergeant McCullough. I thank the police chief for giving me this opportunity. I do not want another family to go through what we went through that night. Never in a million years. We always think when we have our children that society says the order of service is we leave first. Our children bury us. Unfortunately, that's not my story. I have a bracelet. My son's ashes are in this bracelet. I wear it daily. I have necklaces. I have his urn in my living room that I look at. And oftentimes since my son has passed away, I said, God, I serve you. My son served you. Why my son? I've read the stories of other families dealing with fentanyl. I've seen it on the news. I even shared with them one evening about how it was being sold to the kids in the form of candy. And never in a million years did I think on October the 19th that fentanyl was going to knock at my door. I say to you all, whatever the police department needs to get these drug dealers off of the street, please help them in that. My son's life mattered. Other families' life mattered. This should not be something that we have to deal with. To my daughter, this is her senior year. She was robbed of joy of her senior year. She's depressed. I'm depressed, but I have to push through because I'm the mom, and we have to put that other title on our shoulder to be strong. But I say to you, and I beg, whatever they need to give it to them. This is a journey, and I'm a Christian, so I serve the Lord, and I always say, God, what is my purpose? I'm 48 years old. I thought I knew my purpose. My purpose now is to help other families. I don't want another family to have to endure this nightmare. This is a nightmare. When I say a nightmare, I think of my son daily. And then there's times when I feel like I'll lay down and be like, oh, I didn't think of my son today. So I'll look at his pictures. I'll listen to videos so I can hear his voice. Sometimes when I go on Facebook, my breath is taken away because his friends have posted how much they miss their friend. The day of my son's funeral, I don't say funeral because it was a celebration of life. Although my son was 24 years old, he did exactly what God wanted him to do in the amount of time that he was here. At his celebration of life, over 25 young people gave their life to Christ. And so for that, I give God the glory in that. My son's life is able to save others so that they can get into the kingdom. But I'm not going to go into preaching here today. But I just want you guys to know that fentanyl, I'm not literate in everything in fentanyl. But now I'm learning. I have to learn because this wasn't a cancer. This wasn't a car accident. This wasn't he just died of natural causes. It was a nightmare to see my son laying on that floor. It was a nightmare, I know, to see his face blue and his eyes barely open, and I'm screaming, Ramon, please don't leave me. That, I don't want another family, excuse me. I do not want another family to endure that. So again, I thank you for allowing me to get before you. I don't know if you've heard any of these other stories, but my matters and every other story, I pray that we can nip this in the bud or try to get as much help out here as we can. My son was a good boy, a good son. He worked, he was in college, he was in church, all of those things. And now in his death, I have to deal with, okay, my son somewhere along the way decided to make this decision, you know, to go and get these pills. Although I know for a fact he wouldn't have been like, oh, just give me fentanyl. You know what I'm saying? I know that he thought he was getting something else. Unfortunately, this is our story right now. And so again, I thank you guys, and I pray that for the rest of this year that God will keep you guys and cover you. Thank you so much. About to leave my boy with y'all.
Good morning, Mark Nelson with the FOP, 1624 South Agnew. I want to take an opportunity before we, as the FOP, get deep into our contract negotiation season with the city and some things that we've been learning, trying to educate ourselves on. I'll start by acknowledging and thanking council for the steps that were made in the contract last year. I think hopefully they'll have long-term positive effects for the recruiting and retention crisis, that's what I'll call it. I've never done this before for this issue. I debated doing it, but I feel like we and I have learned too much over the last 12 months about what our role is and what our role can be as bargaining agents in addressing the recruiting and retention crisis. That's not grandstanding, it's not conjecture. It's honestly an earnest effort just to let you know that, or I shouldn't say that, but where we're at on our side of the table. You'll probably see proposals from us this year that will address this. They'll focus on recruiting and retention. As an organization, we've invested unprecedented resources in, again, educating ourselves as to what we can do, what's happening in other major cities, what's working, what's not working. We've been to Philadelphia, we've been to Washington, D.C., we've met with the Department of Justice, other various groups and organizations, and to see what will work. And I think the analogy that is the simplest for me to understand, I think it hits home, is we cannot continue to pour water into the top of a cup while that same cup has a gaping hole in the bottom and hope to make progress. And that's what we're seeing right now. It's not just here, it's all across the country. So it's not some anomaly that we're trying to address or take advantage of. I don't think the specific numbers were gotten into, I don't remember, but we're anywhere from 125 to 150 short staffing from what were approved, and anywhere from 175 to 200, depending on how you look at it, of officers on the streets, as we call them, or police officers who are doing the work right now, not ones who are in the academy. And it's a crisis. It's devastating as it relates to our ability to do the work and the men and women that I represent who go out there every day and do this. So I'm not blaming anybody. There's multiple things that we can look at to hopefully resolve this, but we still have to address it, I believe. A reduction down to almost 60% of Priority 1 calls answered in 9 minutes and 30 seconds compared to the goal of 80. We've got some work to do. We've had multiple conversations I have with the department. I have no doubt we've worked with them. We've signed MOUs to help move resources where they can be used best and where we can utilize citizens.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. And we don't need to look any further than last Thursday morning. I won't disrespect the violent assault that happened by using it right here today, but I will also respect and mention we don't have to look any further than what happened last Thursday morning as to what our officers sacrifice every single day and every single night when they go out and go to work. So I'm asking you to work with us diligently as we strive to negotiate a contract that, as a result, keeps officers here while we wait to see what will work in the recruiting arena. The fiscal impact attached to some of our proposals, it may be a bit stark. I promise you nothing is going to be permanent. It would be a temporary solution to a problem until we together can fix the issue. We've discussed ideas that broadly vary as we see how we can be a partner in the recruiting arena, and collectively, I would offer we can't afford to get it wrong, and we cannot let this dam break. I'm begging you literally to work with us this year to try to find some solutions to that. And I appreciate your efforts, your time, and of course, always am available for questions or any conversation that is necessary. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, up next, Jeremy Moses.
When I got here this morning, well, it was this morning. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to comment. First off, welcome, Councilman Hinkle. We're glad to have you representing Ward 5. Councilman Cooper, Councilwoman Hammond, Councilman Stonecipher, welcome back. Congratulations. Just wanted to comment. James mentioned it during the public transportation portion of the meeting. We need to be transit focused, and to go with that, sidewalks. And this actually happens to be relevant for me. Recently, there was a utilities project, South 107th and Western. They were working on some pipes. I don't know if it was water, gas, what, but they had to take out a portion of the sidewalk. Well, when they did that, as of this morning at about 7:15 a.m., that little slab of sidewalk was still not replaced. And so what are we doing? What are we doing to address that? That needs to be fixed, ASAP, expediently, I guess you would call it. You got people out there like me that have to go through parking lots to get around these things, or in worst case scenario, ride the shoulder of the road. This is dangerous. This is dangerous to the pedestrians, people like myself with wheelchairs. This is dangerous to the traveling public. What are we doing? Why are we not addressing this as quickly as we can? So please, and this is a problem all over the city. It's not just Ward 5. It's all over the place. We need to be sure that as we go out there and we're addressing these utilities issues, gas, water, all that, we're getting out there and we're fixing the problems, or we're fixing the sidewalks as soon as we're done with the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On that note, Councilor Hammond and I asked a couple years ago, and I appreciate what you brought up, but we asked Public Works and the Assistant City Manager's Office that went, not on like utilities, but when it's a development, right? And they're having to close the sidewalk temporarily. And we were told, well, you don't have to pass an ordinance to make the developer do it. We can do this administratively. I should have kept a log, because good, they're already laughing because we know. Y'all know there are so many times where that has not happened, where they don't create an artificial walkway while the developer does their work. And I'd like some follow-up on that, please, and why that's not happening. And then I'd like to better understand, someone report back to this council, what is our timeline when something like a utilities repair, which I totally understand needs to happen, of course, but what kind of timeline and what are we doing to communicate to the people using that sidewalk when we put up the cones and we put up the stuff? Is there any sort of communication on there that says, like, give us 48 hours and we'll have you back to where you need to go? Like, I know this sort of stuff sounds maybe insignificant to those of us who are walking or drive everywhere, but this is, what are we talking about, y'all? Like, I just think this is what keeps me up at night, is what Jeremy is talking about. So I really appreciate you bringing voice to it.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, I realize that weather plays a role.
Sure.
The work that was done, I think it was in January or February. I realize you can't necessarily do stuff with like concrete and all that when it's cold, but it needs to be addressed as soon as possible. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Thank you, sir. Up next, we have Mr. Ronnie Kirk.
Ronnie Kirk. My address, 2328 North Missouri. Years ago, Police Scobie said, Ron, they always call me Mr. Kirk. They said, if you need anything, you wanted anything done, you had to go to Internal Affairs or to the City Council. Today, I'm a spokesperson for the Oklahoma Liquor Store Retail Association, the small businesses. You know, the big box stores, they're like Goliath. Oklahoma City Council is like David going up against the big box liquor stores, putting their other little stores out of business. Just a week ago, I listened to a gentleman speak at the Merrill Building Memorial. He was saying, if you want something done, if you're trying to create or help people out or keep going, he said sometimes excuse me, the senators, if they come up with a proposal to do something and you don't hear about it for a while, he said you have to make some noise. You have to bring up some noise to talk about and get things, get them started back up. He said, if you don't make no noise, you look around and the bill is passed. So I'm down here today to make some noise, to get these senators who are trying to put these small business
30 seconds,
out
please.
of business. It's up to the city council. Y'all have taken an oath to help out all your businesses, all of them. So that's what I'm here there today for. Y'all go up against these senators to help your business people, which you've taken an oath for, to save their businesses. And I want to say thank y'all. Thank y'all.
And that concludes citizens to be heard, which brings us to item 11.
Sorry.
What?
One more thing. You knew it was coming, though. I needed to say a very important thank you to the person, Aaron Wilder, who couldn't be here today, and that's why I missed him. He's not feeling well. But he's the guy who helped me get out there and talk to voters. And I'm guessing he's not feeling well because he's kind of been overworking himself at CSU Youth Services, which I invite every single one of you to come tour with me and see some of the work they're doing to address homelessness. So I look forward to that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item 11, which is adjournment. We are adjourned.